Welcome to day 2 of the Irish Life Health Under 20 National Championships and Combined Events Championships. For the first race, the 110 hurdles, they have combined the multi-eventers and the individual under 20 110 hurdles, so very competitive race in store. Jordan Cunningham away well, Diarmuid O'Connor going well, Nelvin in front, Joseph McAvoy from Nina hurtling well into second into a very strong win for these boys. It's very tough work, so that's a paya from O'Connor from McAvoy.
14:55 the winning time there, subject to rounding up or down. It's a super time in Nelvin Apaya.
Super race there, David, into minus 2.1 win. That's a really tough ask for those boys.
Yeah, that wind was not their friend yesterday. They had -3, -4 winds, and looking down there, it's minus 2.1 today. So that's pretty good start. Pretty good start to the day. But from the under 20 championship, Nelvin Apaya takes that, and that's a super time. Nothing coming up. So we see.
Watching this again, Alan Miley from St. Lawrence O'Toole going well, with Nelvin obviously in front, followed by Diarmuid, Joseph, and a close run thing between Jordan Cunningham and Alan Miley for fourth.
Yeah, I think Alan Miley might have picked up fourth place there from Lawrence O'Toole. Alan did really well last year in the Schools International competition. He won the Schools International multi-events, and so that's a good performance by him, moving up an age group.
Dave, looking at the start list there, we have only unfortunately got 4 left in the under 20 men's decathlon. I believe that Troy McConville has withdrawn overnight, and unfortunately Dara Minitor has been forced to withdraw this morning with an Achilles injury. So we are left with the 2 Chambers brothers and Joseph McAvoy and Diarmuid O'Connor. But don't let that take from the competition. It's a really, really good competition and very close at the top between Diarmuid and Joseph, with the lead seesawing all day yesterday.
Yeah, to be honest, we're very lucky. We've 5 quality athletes in this age group, between Joseph McAvoy, Diarmuid O'Connor, Dara Minitor, Troy McConville, and who else am I thinking of? Troy McConville, did I mention? Anyway, but it's highly competitive. You wouldn't usually have this number of multi-eventers in one age group, so it's great that these guys are pushing each other on, and so let's hope they continue to do so for the rest of the day. Okay,
so overnight, Diarmuid O'Connor led by just 42 points from Joseph McAvoy. For those of you not familiar with the multi-events, that really is a very slim lead. Diarmuid, of course, went to EYOF in Baku in 2019, where he finished 6th in the youth decathlon. He set a national youth record of 6.792 at that meet. Joseph is relatively new to the decathlon. He did 1 decathlon last year in Belgium, slightly under the radar, and this is his first big shot at a decathlon. And he comes in with a great bit of form from last week, winning the under 20 long jump with 7 meters 20. And during the winter, I finished 6th of the English Schools indoor combined events, having won the National Indoor Pentathlon. So obviously very competitive lads, both with a coaching team around them. Diarmuid O'Connor, coached by Frank Stam, as are Tristan and Dylan Chambers. Joseph McAvoy, member of the Nina Olympic Athletic Club, is very fortunate to have a big coaching team around him, with Dennis Finnerty looking after his hurdles and sprints, and Martin O'Grady looking after his high jump. Aidan McGrath helps both himself and Dara Minitor with their pole vault. I helped them with their long jump, and Joseph Norton has given them a lot of advice around their 1500. So they're fortunate in where they're based, that between UL and Nina they get lots of expertise, and it's great to see these multi-eventers. They train together a bit. Frank Stam told me that both Joseph and Dara had travelled down to train with Diarmuid because his regular training partner Brian Lynch has unfortunately gone to the Netherlands to start third level already.
Yeah, that's it's a shame Brian Lynch couldn't be here. He's been a core part of this training group, and Brian's gone off to do a physiotherapy degree in Netherlands, and he obviously he's got the bug for Netherlands from his coach Frank Stam, who's originally from Netherlands, and Brian will be linking in with a really good training group over there, and we really look forward to see his progress over the coming years. Yeah, so. Now Brian would have been the sole representative from this age group who competed in the European Under-18 Championships 2 years ago in Győr in Hungary. So it's a shame that he's obviously they all missed out on international representation this year, but it's great to see them all here today, you know. So.
Next up on track we have the 110 metre hurdles for the senior decathletes. Rolas Olusa was overnight leader comfortably after the first 5 events yesterday. Michael Healy from Youghal in second place, and Mark Tierney from Nina Olympic in third overnight.
So this is the final day of track and field action in Ireland this summer, at national championship level anyway. We do still have a couple of smaller meets. I know there's a Finn Valley Throws meet coming up, I think next weekend or weekend after, I'm not sure, I'll confirm that later. But the final championship day, and there's been a lot of pressure on the officials, on all the organisers of these competitions with all the criteria we've had to meet, government criteria around COVID, and you know everybody has really raised their game, and it's been a fantastic achievement pulling off these championships. But I think after today, I think they'll be quite keen to put their feet up for a week or two, and hopefully we can all look forward to more normal running of competitions in the future, where spectators can come in and coaches can be here, and the atmosphere can be a lot higher. But it is what it is, I suppose, and we'll have to make the best of it. But good thing today, the weather's looking good, and it's due to brighten up later on, and so hopefully the performances will match. You know.
Yeah, I think the Athletics Ireland to be commended to get all these championships done, and officials have had very long days. So the senior decathletes are going to their marks for the 110 hurdles. We have from Michael Healy, from left to right, Michael Healy, Rolas Olusa and Mark Tierney.
Michael's from the Youghal club. So Rolas Olusa out very fast there, and he's well ahead of the other guys, but he's Rolas looking forward to his pole vault later on, but that's a pretty good run all the way through. And 16:20, Mark Tierney pushing all the way, and Michael Healy in for third place.
every second, every part of a second counts for these guys. So in every event to add to their totals, as you know. So it's very important that even as you saw Mark had a stumble at the back of the hurdle, that he picked himself up and got going as quickly again as he could. That's a tough wind to run into. Minus 3.9 there. The wind really has been not unkind to these poor decathletes over the last few days, and I do hope it dies down for the rest of the day, because it's tough enough doing 10 events for the men or 7 for the women over 2 days without strong winds to contend with as well.
Yeah, I think for sure when you come, the first 6 hurdles all seem fine, but with that wind into your face, those last 3 or 4 hurdles are going to seem like torture.
On the replays, you can see Rolas got out well and was clearly in front, hurdling well, and you can see the wind absolutely pushing him back off those hurdles, but he does extremely well, finishes strongly. Mark Tierney getting up for second, just ahead of Michael Healy. So the timetable for this morning at the Irish Life Health Under 20 Championships Day 2 and Combined Event Championships. As you saw, we've had the 110 hurdles for men, and this will be followed by the junior women's 100 metre hurdles final. In the field, the women heptathletes begin their long jump. They should be on the runway now. We'll see if we can bring you some reports of their jumps. As you know, in the multi-events, they just have 3 jumps each. That will be followed in the field at 11 o'clock with junior men's discus and the senior men's decathlon discus. Then the junior women's high jump, which is an under 20 championship event. The under 20 men's triple jump, again a championship event, followed by the pole vault for junior and senior men and the the decathletes, pardon me. And the women's javelin will follow that. On the track, after the hurdles, we'll have the heats of the junior women and men's 800 metres, followed by the women's 3,000 metre final. And then the multi-eventers run their 800 metres, the heptathletes, 800 metres at 3:10. This will then be followed by timed heats in the 400 metre hurdles for both men and women. And then at 4:15 this evening on the 20 women's 800 metre final and under 20 men's 800 metre final. Very, very exciting races and prospects. Some great talent coming through in those, and we'll talk more about those later. At 5 o'clock this evening, we will have then the 1,500 metres for the decathletes, both junior and senior, followed by the under 20 men's 3,000 metres final, and these will be timed races too. So a full day's action for our final day here.
Yeah, I think for the decathletes, today's a very technical day. It's, between the hurdles, discus, pole vault and javelin, they really all highly technical events. And you just got to put in so much work to be proficient in all those events. But that's what these guys do. They have to do so many different training sessions during the week. Probably their training will be slightly different than normal. If you're only doing one event, like say 110 hurdles, you could spend a lot of time on technical work. But when you're doing so many different events, you can maybe only give it 30-40 minutes a week. And I think that's the way a lot of the top international decathletes would train. They do 20-30 minute blocks and just keep on top of their technique. But you will see that they're not the finished article in all these events, but they're phenomenal physical specimens.
Yeah, particularly challenging for the junior men. Dave, Joseph McAvoy, lucky enough that he's done 1 year in UL, and so he has probably got a good plan that he's managed to maintain. But for Diarmuid and for Dara and Troy, they would have all had exams this year, and the uncertainty that COVID brought with that. So it's a big challenge for all these guys to try and combine their study and their training, and particularly when they're trying to train for 10 events and still stay injury free. So it's a testament that they've all gotten this far, and I hope that they'll inspire younger generations to give multi-events a go, because it really is super that you get to try and you'll excel in certain areas and not in others, but it's great to see the leads changing and the points that you can gain in some areas, lost in other areas. It makes for an exciting event.
Yes, absolutely, Jackie. I think what a lot of them try and do as well is that they try and combine events where, for example, maybe the run up of the javelin could be quite similar to the run up in your high jump in that the rhythm of it is very, very similar. So athletes try and kind of pair activities like that. You know. But to go through, excuse me, to go through some of the scores we had yesterday, Joseph McAvoy was he led after day one of the junior men decathlon. His performances yesterday in the 100 meters was 11.47. The long jump, now that was into a minus 1.6 wind. The long jump was 687. Shot put 1278. High jump 194. That's a really good high jump. And 400 was 54.47. Joseph did 720 last week in the individual junior man long jump individual event, but that was a little bit windy. So 687 was pretty good really in yesterday's conditions. I think the wind was helping a little bit, but it's sometimes a helping wind. It can be more difficult to deal with. It doesn't always result in a better performance. You know.
Just getting a report here from the heptathlon women's long jump. Thank you to David Murphy and the hard-working officials over there for sending them across. Anna McCauley has taken her 3 jumps in the under 20 women's heptathlon, and very consistent, very good series for the first event on day 2. A first jump of 5 meters 63, a second jump of 5 meters 68, and a third of 5 meters 73, which equals her PB. If it was a legal jump, she did set a windy PB at the National Seniors, as you know. So that was great, consistent jumping by Anna.
Yeah, that's a really good start for Anna. Anna's away at Sheffield University, her University of Sheffield, with Tony Minicello as her lead coach, and she seems to have settled in really well over there, and really you can see she's really becoming a top class athlete. You know, she definitely she would have been in line to qualify this year for the European Junior Championships and World Junior Championships, actually. Sorry.
Yeah, I think Anna's a great talent, and it's really unfortunate for her. She had a bit of an injury-plagued year last year when hoping to qualify for the European Under-20s, and this year, with the World Under-20s firmly in her sights, COVID obviously put paid to that. So it's great to see her coming here and competing in her heptathlon, and unfortunately for her, she's missed her individual events, which were pushed back to today. So I'm delighted for her that the heptathlon is going well. And luckily for her, she has this senior heptathlete, Karen Dunn, also competing, because the second senior heptathlete, Laura Byrne, unfortunately picked up an injury yesterday. So Karen is competing alongside Anna today for the senior title. And Karen has also just completed her long jump with a personal best of 4 meters 98 today in the long jump. The wind is making this long jump tricky for these girls, as we said, so well done to both on a good start to the second day, and they will just have another couple of events left today and will be both pleased with the positive start.
Karen had a great senior championships. She finished second in the 400 hurdles, and she really ran her guts out to pick up that medal. So it was a really, really good performance. But multi-events are really her thing, and I think she was really psyched for this weekend. Karen will be coached by Kieran Conlon. Kieran's a former national coach in jumps, specifically long jump, and so he'll be a great advisor to Karen. I think, as far as I know, they do their training in Navan, but Karen's with the Bohermeen Club.
Yeah, Karen's performances yesterday, 16.84 for her 100-metre hurdles, 26.27 for her 200 metres at the end of the day yesterday, 1.46 in her high jump, and 9.91 in her shot, to add to her this morning's long jump of 4.98.
Just coming back to Anna McCauley, actually. Anna's obviously just finished her first year in Sheffield. She would have went there with Kate O'Connor and Kate and herself. Kate, obviously, our European junior medalist last year in where was it? Boras, was it? Boras?
Yes.
Yeah, Boras. Yeah. And both of them working under a new coach there with Tony Minicello. So Tony's the former coach to Jessica Ennis, the Olympic champion. So it's fantastic. Our Irish athletes coming under such great influence there. But it was great also for Anna, like with the COVID lockdown. Obviously, that brought a lot of challenges. But Anna was able to return to her mum, who was her former coach, Maureen McCauley, and so that it was really good that she could go back into a very comfortable support system there.
Yes, and I think Anna will be very pleased with her day yesterday. Very good performance in the high jump in particular, 1.73 metre. I think, and for those of you on social media have seen a picture of a delighted Anna having cleared that. She also threw 10.28 in the shot and ran 25.78 in the 200 and 15.24 in the 100-metre hurdle. So a really, really solid first day, and one that Anna can be proud of. So add that to the great start in the long jump today with 6.73. We hope that Anna pushes on to achieve her goal for the weekend.
Yeah, I'm just looking at those wind readings for her 100 hurdles and 200 yesterday. They were minus 3.4 for the hurdles and minus 3.6 for the 200. So they really got no benefits from the gods yesterday. So I think they'll be hoping for a bit of a change today.
Yes, the Masters combined eventers competed with the under 20 and seniors yesterday, and some old and new faces among the medals there. In the women's over 40 pentathlon, there was a win for Erika Josapatya from Blackrock AC with a 2.824. In second place was Avril Dillon from Dundrum, South Dublin, with 2.620, and in third place was Nicola, as I would have known her, Nicola Hayes, but now Nicola Ty from Waterford AC, 2.261 for third place. Well done to those three ladies. We'll give you more updates from yesterday after the women's 100-metre hurdles under 20 championships, which are just getting their blocks set at the moment. So I can give you the start list for this under 20 national Irish Light Health National under 20 Championships women's 100-metre hurdles. In lane 3, Kirsty Seaton from Lusk. In lane 4, Tara Meyer from Raheny Shamrock. In lane 5, Ava Deely from Galway City Harriers. In lane 6, Niamh Mohan from Tyrconnell. In lane 7, Elizabeth Tighe from Corran AC. And in lane 8, Emily Wall from Leevale AC. Dave, many of these athletes are from clubs that would have tradition, strong hurdles coaching, and it's great to see them, the likes of Leevale with Norton's gone in there and helping out, and always having a tradition of hurdles and sprinters down there. Tier Connell with Eamon Harvey ever present in the background there. Lots of them really putting in a lot of work and bringing on these young hurdlers. Not an easy task to hurdle into strong headwinds.
Yeah, it's no surprise that that's the clubs that are producing these athletes. They really focus on technical events, and Leavale have just had a total upsurge in hurdlers and sprinters, and ever since the development of their new indoor centre. And I think that's a real indication of what we need in the country. We need more indoor facilities, clubs to really try and set themselves up as well as possible, so that they can do these technical events, and they're not outside in the freezing rain and cold. But that's really where we're going to move forward, you know.
Yeah, I agree with that totally. We're fortunate enough with my jumps group that we have access to Nina Olympic, and they're really, really kind. They just allow us to use this facility once a week, every week. There are some athletes from Nina Olympic, and there's some other athletes from other clubs, but Nina have really done a lot of work, and they've insulation. It's wonderful to be in there in the winter. It really is a superb facility and really well maintained. And I know a lot of people think that Nina's the old track, but Nina Olympic Club are really to be commended. They've put in a lot of work, and they've upgraded all the insulation, and they've upkept the track. It's been painted, it's been remarked, and we're very privileged to have that as an indoor facility. And lots of clubs from around Munster travel to use that. In the West, they would travel to use Athlone a lot, and in Dublin, the National Indoor Arena has a lot of access. With some other clubs having smaller indoor areas, but they would be the three main areas. But it'd be great to see some more indoor facilities around the country, wouldn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Like, Nina were so far ahead of their time, really, when the Naughtons really led the development of that. Pat and Sean Naughton, and it's Irish athletics was just in the Middle Ages before that, and I think they've really helped drag the whole country up technically, you know.
Okay, so the women's again getting ready here for the hurdles. Just give you the lanes again. Lane 3, Kirsty Seaton. Lane 4, Tara Meyer. Lane 5, Ava Deely. Lane 6, Niamh Mohan. Lane 7, Elizabeth Ty. Lane 8, Emily Wall.
So they're on their hurdlers, waiting to be called to their marks. Yeah. And there they go.
Wide open race here in Prospect, I think, Dave. They would be following the footsteps of the likes of Molly Scott and Elizabeth Moreland, who've gone before them. It's good to see a nice competitive field here.
Yeah, I think Tara Meyer from Raheny Shamrocks should be one of the leading runners here. Best of 14:78.
So Tara Meyer's out well. In fact, first to rise to the first hurdle and into a commanding lead from Ava Deely from Galway City Harriers. With the Leavale girl Emily Wall finishing fast on the outside lane. So it looks like Meyer from Deely from Wall.
Yeah, you can really see that wind was really, really tough. In the latter stages of the race, it was really killing them. It's minus 4.2 meters per second wind. I mean, that's just really, really tough to run into.
I can hear the girls from here. They're saying it was like running a 400-meter hurdle, so that will put it into context for you. They felt that wind right into their faces, and trying to get their stridings to the hurdles into that really strong wind. Really well done to them.
And if you think Tara's best, they're at 14:78, and she still ran ran quite well there with 16:41, but the wind just decimated her timing, or her overall time.
So you see again, Tara wins comfortably from Elva and Emily, with the young Tyrconnell girl Niamh, and followed by the Corn athlete Elizabeth, finishing close together for the fourth and fifth spots.
So I think the next event we have on the track will be the 800 meters. That would be right. Under 2800 meters, and that's at 11:15.
Yeah, there's a little break before those 800 meter heats for women and men. We will let you know the heats as soon as we get them through. In the field, the junior men decathletes and the senior men decathletes will start their discus at 11 o'clock. So a little break in the action here at the moment, which maybe gives me a chance to give you a little bit of a roundup from yesterday's multi-events. Yesterday was Masters Day. Okay, so I've already given you the women's over 40 pentathlon result, with a win there for Erica Jessup, as I said, from Avril Dillon and Nicola Tighe. The women's over 45 pentathlon, in first place there was Niamh Maguire from Rathkenny, apologies, from Rathkenny in Meath. Second was Margaret O'Connor from Enniscorthy. And third, no, apologies, wrong results coming through. In first was Niamh Maguire from Rathkenny in Meath, and second was Rosary Gibson from Blackrock AC in Louth, and third Margaret O'Connor from Enniscorthy. 2-4-1-1 points winning that one, which was pretty solid performance for an over 45 woman, Niamh Maguire. The evergreen Geraldine Finnegan, who's been dominant on the master scene for such a huge number of years, won the over 50 pentathlon with 2.674 points. Her performances yesterday were 4.26 in the long jump, 8.83 in the shot, 1.37 in the high jump, and 14.84 in her 100 meter hurdles, finishing off at a 2.53.98 in the 800 meters. So Geraldine obviously keeping herself fit all the way there through lockdown. Well done to Geraldine.
So Geraldine must have needed a new extension on her house for all the national medals she's accumulated over the years.
Yes, I definitely think so. Geraldine has been a stalwart and competes in many of the European and world and national masters over the great number of years, and has great enthusiasm for the masters athletics, but has generated a lot of enthusiasm in Ireland, and a lot of the masters athletes were in touch to say that their goal for this year, yes, is to win medals here, but then to go on to the European indoors for masters this year. Both Nicola Tighe and Avril Dillon would hope to represent Ireland in the hurdles at that event, so it's great to see these women having given back some to coaching in their clubs, now coming out and competing for themselves again for a while. in the men's pentathlon for over 35s, Martin Mooney from Inishowen was the winner, from James Sullivan, Dundrum, South Dublin. Martin had 1963 points from James's 1317 points. So well done to both of those. In the over 50 quadrathlon, Pascal Halley from Waterford beat his clubmate Tom O'Brien from Waterford. 2580 points to 2369, so great rivalry there between the two lads. Both of them have been very actively involved in the club. Tom O'Brien, well known as a coach for many years. In third place was Ronan Gately, 2231. Fourth, Colin McNally, 2022. Fifth, Mark Woodger, 1756. Sixth, Michael Cornan, 1716. Shane Sheridan in seventh with 1665. Colin Brown in eighth with 1533. And John O'Connor, who obviously picked up an injury by the looks of things in the long jump and was unable to run his 1500, finishing ninth with 715 points. So well done to all of those. Long day, I'm sure, yesterday, but I think the weather was quite kind, with the exception of the winds. A lot of these Masters athletes, they gave back to their sport by coaching in their clubs for a while, and now they're giving it a go, competing, and some of them combine their coaching with their competing. So it's good to see that that they're giving back to the sport that they got so much from. Some of them got into the Masters through their club, their kids being involved in the sport.
James Sullivan has written that in. He must be one of the competitors.
So I unfortunately wasn't here yesterday, but we understand that some of the categories were combined yesterday.
Yeah, thanks to James Sullivan, actually, who's come in on our live chat. James tells us that the 40s and 45s were combined into one competition yesterday, and so there was one set of medals up for grab there, and so that made it all the more competitive for the I guess the older guys in that age group.
Yeah, I believe Trevor McGlynn actually was unable to compete due to his daughter's having a communion yesterday, so that would have left Garrett Nolan on his own. So obviously they combined the age groups to make it a little bit more competitive and bring them all on in their totals.
And actually, just in relation to anybody tuning in today on YouTube, there is a live chat facility there, and if you have specific questions, throw them in there, and hopefully we'll be able to try and answer them.
Yeah, with the break in the action here, we'll just take a break for a couple of minutes because as we said, the next events are the discus, for the decathlon men, and the 800-meter heats for the under 20 women. But those aren't until 11:15, and don't worry, we'll be bringing you all the heats and the lineups, and we'll be back long before those begin. So the under 20 women's 800 are getting ready here in the track. 2 heats with the first 3 and the 2 fastest times to qualify through to the final. We have 9 runners in the first heat and 8 in the second. First heat, from the inside, Amy Haid, Ella O'Connor, Emer McGlynn, Emma Gibney, Faye Dervin, Ruby Stuyven, Karen Hayes, Maeve O'Neill and Orla Davis. Amy Haid would probably be the athlete with form here in this race. Amy represented Ireland at EYF in 2019 in Baku, qualifying for the final of the 800. Then unfortunately had a little bit of an injury indoors, so didn't race indoors this year, but has come out this outdoor season running really, really well, running a PB for 1500 to win the under 20s last week in 4:25.77. Amy's PB for 800 is 2:07.74. But she's already got close to that outdoors this year at 2:08.81. Hopefully those wins may die down later today for the final when she can get close to that time. Others that have run well this year outdoors would include Maeve O'Neill from who finished 5th in the National Seniors 1500 and has a PB of 2:12 this year for 800 metres. Maeve is in lane 7. Faye Dervin from Tala has run 2:16, and Ruby Stuyven beside her has run 2:17 for 800 this year. Ruby finished 6th in the 1500 at the recent under 20s. A lot of these girls maybe competing against each other for the first time. It's great to see Emma Gibney an under 17, Ella O'Connor an under 17, Ruby Stuyven an under 17 and Maeve O'Neill an under 17 stepping up to take on these under 20 women, because it's nice that they're all going to willing to compete. Amy Haid will hopefully have recovered from her racing last weekend. Amy is overseen by Anne Fagan in Newport under the watchful eye of Father Bobby, no doubt, and recently has started to work with Fergal O'Callaghan, who's the high performance lead in NUIG on her strength and conditioning side, and looks to have recovered from all those injury problems and looks in great shape. So again, just to let you know, the runners this first heat getting ready to go: Amy Haid, Ella O'Connor, Emer McGlynn, Emma Gibney, Faye Dervin, Ruby Stuyven, Karen Hayes, Maeve O'Neill and Orla Davis. The sun is coming out for these young 800 metre runners, which is good. And the wind, it seems to be gusting a little bit, so it'll be with them down the back straight and a little bit of headwind into the home straight. So hopefully they'll be able to tuck in a little bit away from it. Okay, so the girls are on the marks. Amy Haid from Newport, Ella O'Connor from Galway, Emer McGlynn from Waterford, Emma Gibney from Trim, Faye Dervin from Tala, Ruby Stuyven from Tullamore, Karen Hayes from Athote, Maeve O'Neill from Doheny, and Orla Davis, St Albans. Ruby In lane 6 will be a training partner of Ava O'Connor, who's to come in heat 2 under Damien Lawler in Tullamore. The girls, it's great to have training partners to work together like that. Emma McGlynn from Waterford would be on being keenly watched by Des Colbert, I'm sure, in Waterford. They've built up quite a tradition of middle distance running in Waterford, helped by the facilities there. So 2 girls sharing lane 6 here in order to accommodate just 2 heats in this women's race. Amy Haid has gone off strongly, as she traditionally does. Amy likes to front run a lot of her races and try and control the pace. The girls are going strongly down the back straight because the wind is with them, and when they break they'll tuck in together to try and shield one another from the wind a little bit. So closely bunched in the early stages. Ruby Stoyden from Tullamore Harriers, Amy Haid, Emma Gibney, all in the leading bunch there. Girls coming into the straight for the first time, very tightly bunched field. Staying together obviously to try and protect one of the others. Faye Dervin from Tala moving up along the outside a little bit there to join Amy Haid at the front. Yeah, the girls are just going to try and do what they have to do to qualify. So first 3 to qualify through here, and the next 2 fastest times. So the girls want to be comfortable in the first 3, or else they'll be pushing on to try and get one of those fastest qualifier spots. Maeve O'Neill keeping a close eye on Faye Dervin and Amy Haid in front, not allowing them to break away. She's moving up into 3rd place now, ahead of Ruby Stoyden from Tullamore. So Amy has pushed on a little bit, closely accompanied by Faye Dervin from Tala, with a good battle on for the minor placings. As I said, just 3 to qualify. It's important that Maeve O'Neill holds off Ruby Stoyden for that minor placing. And Karen Hayes from Rathote just run out of it there into 5th place. So it would look like Maeve O'Neill, Amy Haid, Faye Dervin and as the 3 automatic qualifies, and the other 2 girls are going to have to wait for the times to see what the cut-off time is. They'll have to watch the second race to see who are the fastest overall to get the 2 remaining berths. Dave, a tough race for those girls in that wind.
Yeah, definitely. But I think that's going to give the second heat some incentive not to hang around on the first lap, and probably talking in around 2:23.5 roughly for the fastest loser time.
Yeah, a lot of that should be very comfortably within the reach of a lot of these girls. So as you said, the second heat have the advantage of seeing that the first race tried to run a bit conservatively into the wind. The automatic qualifiers are comfortably through. So if we see again coming through Amy Haid and Faye Dervin nice and comfortably through, Maeve O'Neill is glancing over her shoulder just to check that she's still holding off Karen Hayes from Rathote. So it was Dervin, I think, Faye Dervin just on the line from Amy Haid and Maeve O'Neill, and the 2 girls remaining will have to wait to see if they get through as fastest qualifiers.
Yeah, I think the 2 leading girls there was still a bit of a stroll in the park for them. So I think they've certainly left something in the tank for later on in the final.
Okay, the second heat coming out on track now. Lane 1, Amy Doherty. Lane 2, Anna Faulkner. Lane 3, Ava O'Connor. Lane 4, Cleena Nolan. Lane 5, Gillian Hughes. Lane 6, Maria Campbell. Lane 7, Sarah Hosey. Lane 8, Sophie Jackman. And among the main contenders here would be Ava O'Connor, who finished second to Amy in a great race at that under-20 national championships over 1,500 metres. Ava also represented Ireland at UIF in Baku in 2019 in the 1,500, so moving down a distance here to improve her speed for her 1,500 metres. Others to watch out, young Sarah Hosey from Dooneen and her training partner, I'm guessing Maria Campbell from Dooneen, both under 17s. Great to see these girls stepping up. Sarah Hosey's posted an impressive 2:11.63 this year. Amy Doherty on the inside from Rathote ran a very good 400 at the national under-20s last week, 60.25, and I'm sure is looking to better her PB of this year of 2:17. So as they line up, I'll just give you the line up one more time. On the inside, Amy Doherty from Rathote, Anna Faulkner from Ace, Ava O'Connor from Tullamore, Cleena Nolan from Ace, Gillian Hughes from Clonmel, Maria Campbell from Dooneen, Sarah Hosey from Dooneen, and Sophie Jackman from St. Senans. So the girls are anxiously awaiting to see the times. Ruby Stuyven from Tullamore ran 2:23.71 and Karen Hayes from Rathote ran 2:24.11. So those girls in 4th and 5th are anxiously waiting to see the times in this second heat to see if they're qualifiers. As we said, Faye Dervin just touched off Amy Hayden on the line, 2:22.53 to 2:22.58, but both shutting down comfortably through to the final. Maeve O'Neill in 3rd, Ruby Stevens 4th, Karen Hayes 5th, Orla Davis 6th, Ella O'Connor 7, Emer Glynn 8, and Emma Givney 9. So going to the marks now in the second heat.
All the way cleanly there.
So the girls are away in their second heat. Ava O'Connor going strongly in lane 3. Ava will again look to go to the front and try and control this race so that she gets a nice run through. On her inside, Amy Doherty trying to hold her own in lane 1. It's always difficult to hold your own when they come closing on top of you. And coming in from the outside, young Sarah Hosey from Dooneen.
Seem to be going out much faster. They're through 200 in about 32 seconds.
Yeah, the girls know what they have to do from the first
So
heat.
this is much faster than the first heat. I guess that's just using your head, really. You know, making sure you pay attention to what's going on around you, and the other heats before you.
Okay, so as they come up to the bell, it's Ava O'Connor from Sophie Jackman and Sarah Hosey.
So 68 seconds, 69, 68.
through.
The leader's gone through in 68.
Yeah, a good deal quicker than the first heat, as you say. The first 3 girls will, if they stay that way, will be comfortably through to the final, and then it's the young Clonmel athlete Gillian Hughes running on her own in 4th place at the moment, with the 4 remaining girls trying to close the gap, because those valuable fastest 2 times will count towards getting them into the final. So going down the back straight, it's Ava O'Connor from Sophie Jackman and Sarah Hosey.
You'd probably say that they're actually. Is there a need for them to be running so fast at this stage?
Yeah,
Because
you hope
first
that-
three are well ahead.
I hope that maybe coming into the wind they'll steady down, that they've done the running with the wind behind them. Ava's an experienced runner and should know that. She's glancing behind her now and she can see that the three of them are comfortably ahead. Yeah, looks like they're closing down now and shutting down. The first three girls are nice and comfortably through. So the battle is on here for fourth and fifth for these automatic qualifying spots. Gillian Hughes from Clonmel trying to hold off a fast finishing Amy Doherty from Rathote, and I think we'll have to wait. The times is going to be close enough to call.
It's going to be very close. And certainly for fourth place in this heat will be battling it out with the third and fourth from the other heat. And so we've two events which are, or three events actually, which are in progress around the stadium at the moment. We have the junior girls high jump. Looks like they're warming up there at the moment. The junior boys triple jump, and the discus from the decathlon, from the men's decathlon. And we'll be bringing you some action from the discus in a little while. Those guys are heading into the third round at the moment, and we'll update you with scores from that as soon as we can.
So we see here on the replay, Ava O'Connor and Sophie Jackman and Sarah Hosey are comfortably clear of Gillian Hughes and Cleena Nolan and Amy Doherty, with Maria Campbell and Anna Faulkner just behind them. So the three in front can comfortably qualify through. Gillian Hughes is battling on to try and get that qualifying spot ahead of Amy Doherty. Or sorry, ahead of Cleena Nolan and Amy Doherty. But unfortunately, on the clock, it looks like the qualifiers are going to come from our first heat. So that would mean that Ruby Stuyven from Tullamore Hires and Karen Hayes from Rathote are our two fastest qualifiers for this final. So I think in both races the first three were comfortably through and have been able to conserve a lot of energy for their final. So I'm sure there'll be lots of consultation going on with their coaches for these young runners. It's a big stage for them, so Amy Haid will be talking to Anne Fagan, and Sarah Hosey, great run by young under 17, will be talking to Anne O'Mara, who's done great work with those girls from Duneen down there. Ava O'Connor talking to Damien in Tullamore, and Damien has two of his training squad through to the final, which is great to see. So we wish all those girls the very best of luck later on today.
Well, Jackie, I've got to compliment you on your chocolate biscuit cake.
Trying to keep everybody sweet here today, Dave. It's been a long few weekends for everybody.
It's no harm to keep trying to buy your friends around here.
So down the far end of the track, as you can see, the high jump has just gotten underway for under 20 women. They're in the very early stages of this competition. Some of the athletes just running through trying to get their marks here. And in the early stages, Dave, high jumping has got some sort of resurgence at the moment. Summer Leckie, obviously, with her wonderful silver medal at the World Under-20s, has inspired a lot of these young jumpers to come through. And we've got a great field of 12 athletes in this Under-20 women's high jump.
Yeah, there's been high jump is really on the up in Ireland at the moment. We've two leading lights at the moment. Obviously, Summer Leckie has been the most prominent with her world silver medalist a couple of years ago at under 20 level. And Summer's, I think only for the fact that this season has been kind of shortened so much, I think she would have been pushing back up towards those levels and beyond this year. But she's got a serious contender at senior level with Pippa Rogan. And Pippa jumped 189 last year. And then at junior level, we've probably favourite here today. I think it's going to be Aoife O'Sullivan. Aoife has a PB of 178, but jumped 176 this year at the national championships for senior national championships for a silver medal. Aoife is coached by her dad Martin O'Sullivan, and she's based out of Liscarroll Club in County Cork. But her 178 last year was in that was done in Templemore, in that great track down Tipperary. And I think Aoife really is an athlete for the future. During the winter period, this year we had Fuzz Khan, one of the top British coaches. Fuzz travelled over and for 2 weekends, and all our leading high jumpers attended. So they had four days with Fuzz, and I think you really could see a change in the way training was carried out over the rest of the year for many of those athletes, and that'll take time for those changes to bed in. But I think there's a big future for a lot of our jumpers.
So next up on track we have the under-20 men's 800 metres. Quality fields here in the 800. A lot of these boys clocking a lot of really good times, this time over 4, 8 and 15, so I think it's going to be a wide open race. We have 3 heats, the first 2 in each heat and 4 next best times to qualify, so they're going to allow 10 boys through to the final because there's a large entry in this race, and that's great to see for the guys. It gives them a little bit more hope. In the first heat, from the inside, Andrew Daly, Mullingar, Brian Martin from Mullingar, Dylan McBride from Willowfield Harriers, Finn Woodger from Metro St. Bridget's, Jack O'Donnell from Rathote, Ted Collins from Nino Olympic, Oisin Davis from Crockwell, Thomas Richards, St. Cocos, Sean Hayes from Nino Olympic, and Stephen Kiernan from Rathote. Finn Woodger here recently ran 1:58.59 for 800 metres, and Andrew Daly and Brian Martin will be training partners there in Mullingar Harriers under Joe Ryan, I'm sure. And also in Nino Olympic under Sean Finn and his team. It's great to see 2 boys, Ted Collins and Sean Hayes, competing here. Their young training partner Sarah Lane didn't compete in the 800 today, but she's shown some great times over the 8 and 15 this year. Again, it's great to see that there are 4 under 17s within this field, stepping up to take on the more experienced under 18 and under 19, under 20 athletes. Partly due to, I guess, lack of competition this year, but also that it's really good to see them actually stepping onto the big stage and taking them on at home when given the opportunity to race.
Of course, so many of our events this weekend, or of our individual under 20 events, were pushed out from last weekend. This was an unfortunate or inevitability, I suppose, with the COVID restrictions that were placed on the organisers, that the numbers just could not be catered for in the stadium with the restrictions we're under. So the athletes, it's fantastic to see that they've accepted everything, and they've turned up a week later and delayed the end of their season. I think all our middle distance and all our middle distance runners must be absolutely motivated after the recent national senior championships, where there was some fantastic racing going on. The 1500 was probably the most exciting race of the weekend, with that showdown between Paul Robinson and Sean Tobin. And but the 5,000 meters was an incredible race as well, where John Travers tried to push it out all the way. Was just pipped by Dara McElhinney, the young upstart coming through the ranks, kind of.
Okay, so going to the marks for the first heat of this under 20 men's 800. From the inside, Andrew Daly, Brian Martin, Dylan McBride, Finn Woodger, Jack O'Donnell, Ted Collins, Oisin Davis, Thomas Richard, Sean Hayes, Stephen Kiernan. Expect to see young Ted Collins there from the sharing lane 5. Trying to control this race. He's got a very good kick at the end. He's got a 50.76 best for 400, so he knows he's got plenty of finishing speed should he need it, and a PB of this year of 1:55.91. So a wide open race. Again, first 2 to qualify and the 4 fastest times, so these boys will have to race keenly in order to keep themselves in the first 2. So they're not hanging about here. The boys are making good progress, with Ted Collins actually pushing on early. And on the inside, the Mullingar duo of Andrew Daly and Brian Martin establishing a good position early on, and accompanied by Finn Woodger from Metro St. Bridget's. So it's the 2 Mullingar boys who have gone to the front, Andrew and Brian. The tall figure of Ted Collins tracking them on the outside. Finn Woodger from Metro St. Bridget's. Oisin Davis just making a move up there to take the lead at the bell. It's Oisin Davis from Brian and Andrew, Ted. So going down the back, it's Oisin Davis, Ted Collins, Dylan McBride, all pushing for those 2 automatic spots. Finn Woodger trying to close the gap. So leading into straight, Brian Martin just been run out of it by a fast finishing Finn Woodger. So it's Dylan McBride, Ted Collins, Finn Woodger, Brian Martin and Oisin Davis, followed by Sean Hayes, Andrew Daly.
It's pretty competitive there.
Yeah, a very competitive race. There's only 2 places at stake. It's tough. It's tough qualifying.
1:57.45. So
yeah, they had to race pretty hard to qualify there. There was 5 or 6 guys with a chance turning in with 100 to go. So I think they will have earned their spot in the final and will also need the break that they have until the final later today.
I think they will be relieved though that the wind has died slightly. Not just quite as strong, as blustery as it was earlier on this morning. You can see
Yeah,
the
that would have helped these guys.
Flags have calmed down a little bit over there on the far side. We got the triple jump going on the far side as well. The leader there at the moment is Joseph Gillespie of Finn Valley. They're just going into the second round, but Joseph's on 12.98, and second place, it's pretty close. It's Sheldon Romeo Enyoni from West Muskerry on 12.20 or 12.51, sorry. And Richard Campson from Galway City Harriers on 12.28. Kieran Herdman in fourth, 11.48. Our leading entry today was Joshua Knox, but unfortunately he was just not able to compete today. The competition will miss him badly. Yeah.
So if we look at a replay of that first heat, 5 boys vying for the 2 qualifying spots turning in. Dylan McBride, Ted Collins, Brian Martin, Finn Woodger and Oisin Davis all vying for those spots, with Dylan McBride just getting the better of Ted Collins on the line. So for those 2 automatic qualifying spots, Finn Woodger, Brian Martin, Oisin Davis and Sean Hayes at the moment occupy the 4 next fastest times. Dylan McBride wins in 1:57.44 from Ted Collins in 1:57.55. Finn Woodger 1:57.94. Brian Martin 1:58.62. Oisin Davis 2 minutes 0.26. Sean Hayes 2:02.63 from Thomas Richards, Andrew Daly, Jack O'Donnell and Stephen Kiernan. So an anxious wait for those boys that are sitting in the 4 qualifying spots. At the moment, the cut-off time being 2:02.63 of Sean Hayes from Nino Olympic.
There's Aoife O'Sullivan gone clear on the high jump. We'll just confirm what height that is in a second.
So they're out on the track for Heat 2 of this boys under 20 Irish Life Health under 20 800 metres. From the inside, Adam Cruitt from Tala, Barry Murphy, Galway City Harriers, Conor O'Neill from Youghal, Darragh O'Grady from Raheny Shamrock, Éanna McElroy from Ennis Track, Lewis O'Loughlin from Dunor, Tom Cummins from Drogheda and District, Max McCormick from Crusaders and Rory Prendeville from Emerald. Competitive heat this. Both Lewis O'Loughlin and Rory Prendeville have very good form this summer. Lewis has a PB of 1:53.03 and finished 3rd in the 800 at the National Seniors. Lewis also has some international experience, having represented Ireland at European under 18 and under 20 level. So he'll be looking to qualify through to this evening's final with enough left in the tank to hopefully contend for medals. Rory Prendeville has run 1:55 this year. Sorry, 1:58 this year. And has also got a 51.54 PB for the 400. So he knows he's got a nice finishing kick. So another one who'll be looking to use that speed in the last bit. So Jerry Norton watching on anxiously as he's charged. Lewis O'Loughlin goes in this heat. Again, these boys not hanging around. They know that it's going to be tough qualifying, and getting into position early is key, and running hard with the wind at their backs down the back straight. So as they break, it looks like it's Lewis O'Loughlin going to try and control it from the front. Barry Murphy tucked in beside him. And Rory Prendeville keeping close order, keeping an eye on Lewis's every move. So it's Lewis O'Loughlin and Barry Murphy contending at the bell. Barry coached in Galway by Matt Lockett, and just in behind them Darrow O'Grady and Rory Prendeville.
Louis O'Loughlin pushing the pace out there. Well,
So
there's four guys still in this.
it looks like the 4 guys vying here for the 2 places. Darrow O'Grady, Barry Murphy, with Lewis O'Loughlin pushing on, and Rory Prendeville. So between the 4 of them, these 2 qualifying spots, and they're really having to race hard down this home straight. The finishing speed of Rory Prendeville coming into play here behind Lewis O'Loughlin. So it looks like coming in is going to be Lewis O'Loughlin from
Barry.
Rory Prendeville, and very close between Barry Murphy and Darrow O'Grady for third and fourth.
I think Barry Murphy took that on third.
Sorry, apologies, Darren. I beg your pardon. Darrow O'Grady second. Very close singlets there. Apologies, I got some bad information there. I was correct.
Joseph Gillespie. Looks like he's lining up for his final attempt in the triple jump. And this, or third. My score sheet is looking a bit askew here, but Joseph's taken quite a short run up. But it's controlled. And he seems to have quite an even distribution between his three phases of the triple jump.
Yeah, Dave, the triple jump all about trying to have three quality phases put together.
Yeah.
Some athletes are inclined to have too large a hop or too large a step, which actually really comes against them in, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. There's no point in bringing in too much speed into your run-up if you can't control it either. So Joseph actually was. I think what you'll find with a lot of triple jumpers at lower levels is that the step phase will be very, very short.
Okay, so watching for the replay of this 800 metres, the 4 boys turning in, Lewis O'Loughlin, Rory Prendeville, Barry Murphy and Conor O'Neill, all vying for the places. And Lewis O'Loughlin and Rory Prendeville push away from fast finishing Barry Murphy just ahead of Conor O'Neill of Youghal. So that was a little bit slower heat than the first heat. Lewis taking the win in 2:01.45, Rory second in 2:01.70, Barry Murphy third in 2:02.08, Conor O'Neill fourth in 2:02.21, and Tom Cummins fifth 2:11.19, followed by Éanna McElroy, Adam Cruitt, Darrow O'Grady and Max McCormick. Max McCormick did not start. So at the moment, the 3 athletes from the first heat and 1 from the second heat sit in those 4 fastest qualifying slots, along with the first 2 in each of those 2 heats. Ahead of the third heat, which are just coming out on track now. From the inside, Adam Quinn Rathote, Cathal Connaughton, Oval IC, Christopher Hamill, Raheny Shamrock, Cormac Canning, Drogheda and District, Finn Boyle from Crusaders, Harry Caffrey from Drogheda and District, Jake Baggy from Ferrybank, Lorcan O'Keefe, Clonmel and Kelvin O'Carroll from Dooneen. So cut-off time at the moment, Dave, 2:02.08. So these boys are really going to have to push hard to get through. Jake Baggy has a 1:52.53 PB. Jake, formerly from Estonia, now resident in Waterford for the last number of years. Kelvin O'Carroll from Dooneen, another of the young singers again under 17, hoping to emulate his training partner Sarah Hosey. Qualifying for the final, he's a 1:58.28 PB.
So 2:02.08, is that it? That's the magic number to get into the final. You either finish in the first two places or do a time better than that.
So Adam Quinn from Rathote is the early leader on settling down, with Cathal Connaughton from Uval IC. Very tightly bunched fields, as you would expect, because all these boys know that they're going to have to work hard to get through to this final. I think they probably have slowed the pace rather a lot here, and probably need to keep their eye on the clock. It's being controlled from the front here very much. So Finn Boyle, realising that they probably need to push on a little bit, has taken the lead from Kelvin O'Carroll from Dooneen and Cathal Connaughton from Uval IC, and the Rathote athlete on the curb, Adam Quinn.
So Finn Boyle, who's leading, actually his PB is 2:03, so he'll be pushing into new territory to make the final.
The boys have really stepped up here now, because they're realising that the first two spots are good, but the next two are really going to have to race hard, and young Finn Boyle, just under 17, is one of those vying for one of those qualifying spots. So it's the Rathote athlete who's pushed on, Adam Quinn. So Jake Baggy just decides he wants to take this heat and comfortably comes through, and young Kelvin O'Carroll coming in quick, fast finishing. So the first two automatic spots there go to Jake Baggy from Ferrybank and Kelvin O'Carroll from Dooneen, and the next two boys home will have to wait along with the third and fourth place finishes to see if the time will get them through, but I fear not,
Yeah, I think
as
not,
the winning
Jackie.
time seems to be slower. Dave, that's a bit surprising. Usually a third heat, when they know what they have to do, they go on a little bit harder, but I think that probably shows the inexperience of some of these athletes. Some of them are quite young and at their first under-20 championships, and they went to try and get the two automatic qualifying berths, and probably were a little bit conservative, particularly on settling down through the second 200 of the race.
Yeah, I think it's easier said than done. It's all very well knowing all this information, but it's being able to deliver on it and take into account the actual racing, the race itself, and the wind conditions, and knowing how much you have left in the tank. And it's not always the case that just because you know what the score is going to be, that you can actually deliver on it. You know. So the triple jump is still it's developing nicely over there. Joseph Gillespie has moved on to 13:24. And he's very closely followed by Richard Campson of Galway City Harriers on 13:18. Big wins over on that side of the stadium. 1324 was a plus 3.6 wind and a plus 4.5 meters wind for Richard Campson. And third place, it's pretty tight for third, but Sheldon Romeo Ignoni from West Muskerry on 1285 and Evan O'Toole from St. Joseph's on 1273. That's Sheldon Romeo Ignoni.
So if we watch the replay of that third heat, Kelvin O'Carroll, Jake Baggy, Cathal Connaughton and Adam Quinn are the four athletes who have moved clear, vying for those two qualifying spots. And moving to the line, Jake Baggy's comfortably through from Kelvin O'Carroll, with Cathal Connaughton finishing in third and Adam Quinn coming through to take the fourth, with Finn Boyle in fifth. Unfortunately, that was a slower heat, as we said. Jake Baggy winning in 2:04.90 from Kelvin O'Carroll 2:05.29. Cathal Connaughton 2:05.58 and Adam Quinn 2:05.79. Sixth place Cormac Canning, seventh Harry Caffrey, eighth Lorcan O'Keefe and ninth Christopher Hamill. So we will have the qualifiers for the final in a few moments, but I think if our calculations are correct, we still have three boys in the first heat. So it would be Dylan McBride, Ted Collins, Finn Woodger, Brian Martin, Oisin Davis, Lewis O'Loughlin, Rory Prendeville, Barry Murphy, Jake Baggy and Kelvin O'Carroll in that final. So very, very exciting final in prospect later this afternoon. A lot of those athletes left quite a lot in the tank and will be turning to their coaches for advice in between. I think it's going to be a very, very competitive final, both in the men's and the women's. And I think that we're in for a very exciting final. Those finals this afternoon take place at 4:15 for the women and 4:25 for the men. The bar in the women's high jump has gone to 1.65 m, and Aoife O'Sullivan has cleared this. Amy O'Callaghan from Cushenstown, who cleared 160 on her second attempt, has had two attempts and is on her final attempt at 1.65 m. Unfortunately for Anna Macaulay, who jumped 173 yesterday in her heptathlon high jump, she was unable to compete in this individual event because of the clash with the heptathlon. Dave, that's unfortunate for poor Anna, because she would have been very competitive here, and it would be nice to see Aoife and herself pushing each other up through the heights.
Yeah, definitely. I think Aoife will probably miss her in the competition too. Anna's personal best is 175, but she jumped 173 yesterday, and she's clearly on form.
So it looks like Aoife has pushed up the bar. As I said, first time clearance at 165. Our guess is that she's probably gone to 170, but we unfortunately can't see the notice board from here. But my guess would certainly be that, Dave. She's unlikely to have gone by threes at this stage.
No, I think there's no point in. I don't think Aoife has any incentive to go to 168. So I think she'd probably stay on fives for the moment. Maybe go in 3 centimetre blocks after that.
So Aoife, tall figure, coached by her father. Nice clearance.
Very good. Very
Her
good.
dad Martin will be very pleased with that clearance. That was a very easy, comfortable looking clearance at 170. So Aoife has actually won the competition at 170, Dave, from Amy O'Callaghan from Cushenstown, who cleared 160.
That's pretty good.
And
then I think
Maeve Hayes and Louise King both cleared 155, as did Michelle Cashman. So we just need to look at the count back there for placings.
possibly Louise King looking. Louise King only had one failure up to that point. And then in triple jump, that's Finn Valley's Joseph Gillespie. So it's the fifth round jump.
So they've Joseph Gillespie's still leading.
It's Richard Campson we have coming in here. So a little bit of a chop. I think possibly they would have a strong headwind or strong wind helping them down the runway, but that actually can mess up their run up. So it looks like Richard just chopped his stride a little bit coming into the board. He realized he wasn't going to be exactly on the board, and his rhythm was destroyed, I guess, from that. So he backed out of the jump.
Okay, Richard would just be 6 centimetres behind Joseph Gillespie in second place at the moment, with 5 jumps taken and 1 to go. Joseph Gillespie from Finn Valley leaving with 13.24, and he's our next jumper on the runway. Finn Valley Club, they have another club with great facilities and a wide range of coaches, so they have athletes right across the spectrum, from sprinters to jumpers to throwers to endurance athletes, and a strong club up there in the northwest.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, they've a fantastic track there in Finn Valley. One of the few blue tracks around the country. But they've a lot of really, really good athletes coming out of Finn Valley. It's a club that it's just so consistently been a dominant force in Northwest athletics. Along with there's a couple of other clubs there really doing well in Donegal, Tyrconnell and Lifford Strabane. But Finn Valley they've been led by Patsy McGonigal, obviously their former Olympic team manager, and
of course Neil Martin too.
Neil Martin, yeah, of course. And but they're starting to develop coaches throughout the range. There's Dermot McGranahan there, and Mary O'Callaghan, and Ciara Kearns, and so there's some top class people in the club there.
Yeah, Dermot responsible for coaching Daniela Jansen, one of our up and coming 400 metre runners, who has been in the Irish under 20 4x4 squad this year. Daniela, a good prospect for the future, and Dermot obviously one of our RDOs, so it's great to see him doing a lot of development work up in his own territory in the northwest there.
I actually had the honour of wearing a Finn Valley vest myself in the past. When I competed with Sparta Athletic Club in Derry. Sparta were not part of the National League set up at the time, National Club League, so I crossed the county border and donned the blue and white vest of Finn Valley for a couple of years. So they were good old times. There were some great athletes back then. Hugo Duggan and Sean Carlin, John Lynch, and Neil Tinney, and Christine Gallen, and there were a fine group of athletes back then.
On the runway now in the men's triple, it's the young West Muskerry athlete, Sheldon Romeo Nioni, 12.85 so far. Quite a consistent series of jumps from this young triple jumper. Ooh, looks like unbalanced a little bit on his landing, but 3 pretty decent phases there. Ger Moynihan has been very involved in West Muskerry Club for a huge number of years, and they've always had a tradition of jumpers coming through, and recently his daughter Gráinne ran really well in the senior women's 400 metre hurdles.
Yeah, and Megan Moynihan, Ger's other daughter, older daughter, sorry. Megan picked up a senior championship medal in the hammer this year, and it was fantastic to see Megan back after a couple of years injury with I think it was an ankle injury. So it's great. It's great to see her coming back to the fore again. We've Richard Campson now in the triple jump. Richard's got good speed coming in. His run up looked much better that time. Seemed to control it quite well. Let's see if he gets a white flag.
Yeah, technically good three phases there. Could probably get a little bit more on his landing, but as you said, Dave probably having overbalanced in the previous jump, he was probably a little bit glad just to actually nail those 3 phases. We'll wait to see if it's further. As I said, he's 6 centimetres behind at the moment.
Triple jump, of course, it's an event that Ireland traditionally has been very strong at. In the early years of the last century, I think our national record is held by Colm Cronin from Leevale. Colm was away in college in the States and went over 16 meters out there indoors and the high 15s in the outdoors.
I think his national record here for the under 20s is 15:56. There was also a tradition, John Stapleton and Billy Oakes, many of those triple jumpers back through the years, and some of these young triple jumpers will hope to be emulating those jumpers.
Yeah, I think it's an event that we can develop. We can become strong again. There's no reason. I think Ireland as a nation are genetically very suited to triple jump, and it's the depth of talent that we would have had in years gone by. It's probably not quite matched at the moment, but it's something that we can push towards. No, we weren't sure if it was over yet or not, if she was going for another height.
So Aoife O'Sullivan takes the win in the women's under 20 high jump with 1.70 m from Amy O'Callaghan from Cushenstown with 1.60 m. A breezy day for high jumping, so probably not helped by the conditions here. That triple jump has just ended also, and we just await the final confirmation of the results. And meanwhile, the decathletes are out on track, warming up for their pole vault. Pole vault, probably the most challenging of their events, Dave. The one they most technically demanding, and the one they probably find the hardest to train for, because in Ireland you really need to have an indoor facility to train for pole vault, particularly during the winter months.
Yeah, absolutely, Jackie. The pole vault, it's just got, you need huge amount of equipment, technical expertise, and quite a bit of bravery as well to do the pole vault. So it's a combination that's doesn't always you don't see it in all athletes, but pole vaulters, it's I guess it's one event they have to do, and it's no coincidence then that a lot of our best pole vaulters in the country are also decathletes. Michael Bowler would be one of our leading pole vaulters. And last year he got a fantastic medal at the European Team Combined Event Championships in Madeira, Portugal. But Rolas Olusa will probably be the favourite for the pole vault here today. I think Rolas's best is around 4:30, 4:40. And he would definitely be the leading. I think he's the only athlete over 4 meters here today.
Yes, I think the under 20 pole vault is going to be very close, Dave. Diarmuid O'Connor jumped 3:55 indoors this year, and Joseph McAvoy jumped 3:60 at the indoor varsity. So very close competition between the two of those in the pole vault, and valuable points to be gathered. The two Chambers brothers from Cork, coached by Frank Stam. Frank said they had a tough time during lockdown trying to get access to training and access to facilities. So he says they just haven't enough technical work done, but they're both hoping to improve on their best today in the pole vault.
But I guess one thing that we're not taking into account is that today is also it's the junior men's pole vault championship, and we do have some pole vault specialists among us as well. And Conor Callanan has gone over 4:15 in Leevale this year, and other prominent pole vaulters would be Adam O'Dwyer from Moycarkey Coolcrew, a club that's churned out a lot of athletes. Sean Mockler and numerous Ryan family members, from Daniel to David to Jack to Dylan to Anna. So there's the Ryan family have been central to the Moycarkey Coolcrew club. Adam Nolan should do well as well, and Jack Ford. And
I think Peter Dunn from Gorn is a best of 380 in that pole vault also, and Ben Connolly from Nina Olympics, again benefiting by the fact that they have an indoor stadium, has a PB of 371 and has done 340 this year. So wide open pole vault. Derek Neff doing great work, as we said last week, with the pole vaulters in Leevale. And Eamon Flanagan will be responsible for developing a lot of these young vaulters around the country. So there are pockets of pole vaulters around the country, and they spring up around the coaches because it is one of those events that really you do need a technical coach for. Similarly to Eamon Flanagan, Noel Green would develop a lot of pole vaulters in the Dublin area. So pole vaulters tend to gravitate towards where there is a technical coach and facilities indoors for them to train, because it is a complex event.
so we go to some highlights from the discus in the decathlon. This is the junior men decathlon. This is Diarmuid O'Connor from Bandon. Diarmuid, a left-hander, a tall, rangy athlete. So Diarmuid's got a nice feel for the discus. He starts with a very wide base, and he develops good acceleration across the circle. It's also one of Diarmuid's clubmates in one of the chambers. So Diarmuid probably just over-rotating a little bit, coming out of the back of the circle. Discus is a rare combination of where you have to drive in a linear fashion, but also in a rotational fashion, and it's the combination of these that creates the distance on the event. This is the other chambers athlete. So we've Tristan and Dylan. So he's got a very good release. Yeah. So Dermot O'Connor, his first 2 throws were foul throws. And this is Joseph McAvoy. Joseph from Nina Club. So he fouled his first throw, and this be his second round throw. So he'll be keen to get one in here. Oh, that's very solid. He doesn't do a major swing at the back of the circle, but he gets his feet in a very good position and delivers the discus very well. And that throw actually was 39 meters 15.
Yeah, I think Joe will have been trying to just make sure he gets a good throw in there.
This is Dara Minitor from Nina as well. Dara is a very good, very strong athlete. That's not a bad throw from Dara. Dara unfortunately picked up a little ankle injury yesterday, just towards the end of the day. This is Michael Healy in the senior men's discus. Michael from Youghal. So Michael getting a nice rhythm out of the back of the circle. Probably got his left foot slightly in the wrong position at the front, where it blocked him from putting a really good delivery on the discus. But his first round effort was 42 meters, and that was his second round effort of 41.30. And here we have Rola Salusa, our leading decathlete this weekend in the senior men's from Clonliffe. Rola's got 36.50 in the first round. You can see as Rola's finished, he drifted over towards the left-hand side of the circle. So ideally all your power wants to be going forward down the middle of the circle. So he fell off a little bit on that one, and it was just slightly reduced. It was 32.21. And this is Mark Tierney from Nina. Mark had 35 meters in the first round. Nice rhythm at the back, but a little bit similar to Rollis in that he's falling over towards the left-hand side of the circle.
So Dave, interesting in that junior men's decathlon, Joseph McAvoy with a 39.57.
Here's
Puts pressure on Dermot to try and
Dermot O'Connor. This
throw here in his third.
It's his third attempt, and it's very important he gets one in here, or he's gone. Yeah, so a wide base, but it looks like it's down the middle.
Yeah,
so he'll be happy with that. That keeps him alive in the competition, and that throw was 37 meters 24.
A PB, I believe, for Dermot.
Oh, super.
Under pressure.
Super.
That's a pretty good sign of the athlete if he can produce a PB at that stage of competition under pressure.
This is Dylan Chambers. Dylan's final throw. Dylan had 29.21 in the second round. You can see he's moved across the circle a little bit. What athletes do if they're throwing outside the sector, they would try and correct their starting position, move their starting position to give them a better chance of ending up within the throwing area. And Tristan Chambers, third attempt. Tristan has 28.54 so far, with this his final attempt. So drops his arms a little bit in the middle. It's a very narrow base, but that actually was Tristan's best attempt of the day. It was 29.06. And here's Joseph McAvoy in for his third throw. His second round effort was 39.15. He'll be looking to see if he can squeeze a few more points. So you can see he's doesn't swing too much at the start, but gets a very good controlled delivery of the discus. And I think he's clearly an athlete that can develop a lot in this event. He's got the basics really, really good. And that actually was his best attempt. It was 39.57.
Dave Dara being allowed to throw the discus here, even though he didn't start in the 110 metre hurdles because they have a small field, which is really nice and very considerate of the officials, because the discus will be one of Dara's stronger events and it allows him to just add it to his previous events in the decathlon, even though it won't count towards the final score.
Yeah, I think that's been really fair from the officials. You know, I think Dara's, I guess he's made the journey here for 2 days and given him an opportunity just to complete the event for his own records. It's the last day of the year, obviously, in terms of competition. So this is Michael Healy again, and that's quite a nice release. I know he's not happy with it, so he walks at it. Michael's brother is Barry Healy, of course, from Barry. He's been a tremendous powerlifter and broken lots of Irish records in deadlift, and great to see the throwing tradition that Barry and Michael keeping going. That's Rolous's last attempt, and he got a nice release on the discus. Brings a lot of speed into the event. It's slightly down on his first attempt, so that was measured at 35.87. So Rolous finishes with 36.50. That'll give him 594 points in the decathlon tables. And Mark Tierney's last attempt, he's 35.13 from the first round. So Mark has got a nice balance at the back of the circle, but just probably over rotates a little bit as well as one or two other athletes. If he can really get his power going forward a little bit more, and that was 34.95.
So Dave, very interesting competition there. Joseph McAvoy gained the upper hand on Diarmuid in that one. They've been seesawing for control of the event throughout the 10 events. Yesterday, Troy McConville took one or two of the wins from them, but the boys have always been thereabouts in each of the events. Joseph takes the honours in the discus, 39.57 for 656 points. From Diarmuid, 37.24 for 609 points, which means that with 3 events remaining, there are 6 points between the boys. 6 points in decathlon, Dave, is tiny. Absolutely tiny.
It's nothing. Diarmuid slightly leading with 5,080 points to Joseph's 5,074. So this is really going to make the pole vaults, javelin and 1500 very, very interesting. Let's hope these guys put in some really good performances here to make, and let's look forward to a really good 1500 meter race. None of them like doing it because it's not something that they can really prepare for a huge amount. With so much time having to be put into the other technical events, that they just would not have the time in their week to put in the mileage that normal 1500 meter runners would normally train for. So normally it's they really run to the death at the end.
Yeah, a lot of these decathlons, you'd say, plan for the future. Joseph McAvoy, I know, hopes to qualify for the European Under-23s in the next few years, to use his own words, but it'd be great to see him actually making it next year. His aim is to break 7,000 points for decathlon, which, you know, seems to be well within his capabilities. He's had a very solid decathlon over the couple of days. He also is hoping to beat his uncle, Joseph Norton's indoor senior heptathlon record of 5,560 points, just for family bragging rights, you know, but I guess there's obviously a huge tradition in the Norton family of multi-events. So for Joseph, it seemed to be a natural course to step into. Joseph originally was a high jumper and qualified for European Youth Olympics at the high jump, and then also a very proficient hurdler. He actually had an accident crossing the line in the juvenile hurdles, which ruled him out of the EYF. Unfortunately, he'd gotten himself selected in the high jump and on the relay team, which is a measure of Joseph's talent. But Joseph bounced back from that, and as we said earlier, won the long jump last week with 7 meters 20, and is now in the decathlon in a huge battle with Diarmuid O'Connor. So it's great to see these lads taking each other on here.
Yeah, I think at the start of the weekend, Barry Walsh's Irish junior record of, I think, 7,300. That would have been the target for these guys, but I think the strong wind conditions probably put paid to that. Barry actually got a European junior junior medal in decathlon back in the days when the East Germans and Russians were really to the fore. So he was a phenomenal athlete at the time. He was a great high jumper, a great discus thrower. He threw the discus over 50 meters and high jumped over 2 meters. And yeah, it's a super all-round athlete. Yeah.
I can bring you the lineup for those 800 metre finals to be held later on today. In the women's, in lane 1, Sophie Jackman of St. Senans. Lane 2, Maeve O'Neill, Doheny AC. Lane 3, Ava O'Connor from Tullamore. Lane 4, Amy Haid from Newport. Lane 5, young Sarah Hosey from Dooneen. In lane 6, Faye Dervin from Tala. In lane 7, Ruby Stuyven from Tullamore. And in lane 8, Karen Hayes from Rathogue. That final, as we said earlier, scheduled to go off at 4 o'clock this afternoon, 4:15 this afternoon. So be sure to tune in for that. It will be a very, very exciting affair. Not to be outdone by their female counterparts, the men's final at 4:25 this afternoon. In lane 1, Kelvin O'Carroll from Dooneen. Lane 2, Ted Collins from Nino Olympic. Lane 3, Lewis O'Loughlin from Donore. Lane 4, Barry Murphy, Galway City Harriers. Lane 5, Brian Martin, Mullingar Harriers. Lane 6, Jake Baggy, Ferrybank. Lane 7, Oisin Davis, Crockwell. Also in lane 6, Finn Woodger from Metro St. Bridget's. In lane 7, Dylan McBride from Willowfield Harriers. And in lane 8, Rory Prendeville from Emerald AC. Again, a stacked race. Those 10 boys, very little between them. That final due off at 4:25 this afternoon.
So the pole vaulters, they normally get a very early access to the stadium for their warm-ups. Takes quite a while for, I don't know how they have the patience sometimes, because they've got to set their marks down, and takes quite a while for all the adjustments before the competition gets underway. So that'll be getting underway in the near future.
Just to let you know the timetable for the rest of the day, at 2 o'clock, the under-20 women's 3,000 metre final. At 3:10, the 800 metres for the heptathletes. At 3:30, the 400 metres hurdles for both men and women under 20. This is an Irish Life Health National Under 20 Championship event. These are going to be timed races, which is great news for these young athletes, many of whom will have run the 400 metres last week and will be vying for the 400 metre hurdles places. I certainly know that that'll be good news to one young runner, Cara Murphy from Dundrumsums, Dublin, whose mum was maybe well known to many of you as Olive Burke, a 100 metre hurdler who held the many national titles and national records as a 100 metre hurdler for years, and persuaded Cara to run the 400 metre flat last week, running heats and finals. And as you all remember, the weather turned rather nasty for the finals, so these young athletes would be very glad to see their timed races for 400 metre hurdles this weekend. The 800 metre finals, as we said, are at 4:15 and 4:25, followed by the decathlon, junior men and senior men's 1500, and then bringing up the last event of the day on the track will be at 5:20 is the under 20 men's 3,000 metre final. Still to come in the field, the decathlete pole vault and junior under 20 pole vault. The javelin for the heptathletes at 1 o'clock. The under 20 women's triple jump at 2 o'clock. The under 20 men's high jump at 3 o'clock. The under 20 women's pole vault at 3 o'clock also. And the javelin for the multi-eventers at 4 o'clock, the decathletes. A lot of exciting field events to come today, Dave. Men's high jump, we'll get a chance to see young Jeffrey Joy O'Regan in action. Jeffrey's one of our big upcoming stars, had qualified for European under-18s very easily And then, of course, COVID came and cancelled those competitions. So Jeffrey will be hoping to improve on his indoor PB of earlier this year.
Yeah, it was a big disappointment for Jeffrey that those championships were cancelled. He's, as I mentioned earlier on, with Fuzzcan, the top British coach coming over. Jeffrey, I think, was one of the athletes that benefited hugely from those weekends, and he really put some great jumps in on the indoor scene, and I think he probably needed a few more competitions outdoors. Got a little bout of illness there, but he's come through the other side of that now, and he'd be keen to go today.
Jeffrey coached by his mum, Cherry, down there in Sunhill Harriers, so one to watch for the future. Others in that high jump who've had good PBs this year include Jack Ford from St Killian's AC, who's jumped 185, as has Peter Dunn from Gorn AC. Many of these young athletes haven't had a chance to high jump outdoors this year because there haven't been that number of competitions, so quite a wide open high jump. I noticed Nelva Napaya concentrating on his hurdles, which paid off for him when he won his gold earlier on, and is not entered in the high jump.
Jackie, now that we have just a small delay, I suppose, waiting for the pole vault to happen there, you're junior pathway manager for a lot of the youth and junior athletes coming through for Athletics Ireland. Would you mind if I asked you just what are the challenges that you see going into 2021? Obviously we've had to go through a lot of COVID disruption, but there's a huge amount of championships coming next year. Are there specific challenges that you see coming down the line?
Yes, Dave, I think next year is what's known traditionally as our busy year, and we are scheduled to have European under-18s, European under-20s and European under-23s, and a World under-20s is also on the schedule, and that's just from an underage perspective. I think for our young athletes, planning is going to be a very big difficult thing for them and their coaches. This new normal that we're all getting used to really has changed how we operate, has changed access to facilities, has changed coaches' access to athletes. Travelling to coach athletes has become more and more difficult in these times. Access to indoor stadiums, as you said earlier, really is a key point, and we yet don't know from the government around restrictions as to what numbers they're going to allow indoors.
Yeah, I think that's going to be huge. I think at the moment it hasn't really hit anybody because we've been able to train outdoors. But once the weather starts turning and people start returning to training after their break in October, our weather is we've lots of rain usually, and it starts to get colder and darker, and normally that's when we all shift indoors, and we don't know at this stage if we will be able to train indoors. So it's we're really all going into the unknown a little bit, and we're all going to have to improvise and find new ways of doing things. And I think it's those people that meet that challenge the best, really, that are and I think you can either decide to be defeated by the conditions that are presented to you, or you can decide that you're going to meet these conditions and you're going to meet them head on and get over it no matter what.
Yeah, I agree, Dave. And we ran a series of online webinars for the performance pathway athletes, and their coaches invited to attend some of them too, and we called the series Coping with COVID, and we used many of the performance support personnel from the Sports Institute to give these kids some advice on how to cope with the new normal, how to cope with lockdown, how to cope with training under modified facilities, modified circumstances such as they were dealing with. And huge numbers of these kids actually tuned in and asked lots of really good questions at this series. So it goes to show, our athletes really want to learn more about what the other things are. They rely on their coach for the technical expertise, but they really want to learn around things around sport, performance psychology, around nutrition, around planning, all these things which really are becoming more and more important to them. We also had a very fun competition. The nutritionist David Tobin from Sports Institute did a couple of online workshops with the athletes and help them with things like preparing healthy snacks before and after competition. And he also did some tips for cooking healthy meals for those faced with third level and cooking for themselves for the first time, which many of our Irish, particularly boys, are not used to. And it had great response, and we had what we call the Great Pathway Bake-Off afterwards. And in fact, I have the prize, because the first time I've been able to see these particular athletes, the first prize winners were Dean and Dylan Casey, and they had to cook their dish and present it a la the performance, the bake-off on TV. So that was a fun thing, and we had 38 entries for that. So there is great willingness in the kids to learn about their sport.
Yeah, I think maybe I could do that nutrition course myself. I come under a lot of criticism at home when it's my turn to do some cooking. That a visit to Dunnes Stores or Marks and Spencer or somewhere like that is quickly on my agenda, and I need to do more of the home cooking options and cooking from scratch. But David Tobin's a fantastic lead in the nutrition area for Irish athletes. He's a former athlete himself, a really good jumper, and he really appreciates the challenges that athletes have, you know.
I think we're going to take a little break here now while the multi-eventers continue to warm up for the pole vault, and we'll return when the pole vault action gets underway.
Yeah, Dermot's clear at 3:20 there. Dermot O'Connor from Bandon Athletic Club.
Yeah, Dave, the wind is blowing in their face. They're actually having to hold the bar, or sorry, behind them this time. They're having to hold the bar on because it's blowing off, which is a little bit off-putting for the jumpers. But in the early stages of the pole vault for the under-20s and in sort of mid-stages for the decathletes in the men's pole vault at the moment.
Yeah, it's as we were saying earlier, there's some good pole vaulters here. Connor Callan, Adam O'Dwyer, Peter Dunn, Adam Nolan, Ben Connolly, and Jack Ford. So they're joining the decathletes, Dermot O'Connor and Tristan and Dylan Chambers. And the two senior decathletes left in the competition, Michael Healy, Mark Tierney, and Rolas Alusa. Yeah. So this afternoon we have a few of our finals coming up.
Yeah, the women are warming up on the track at the moment for their 3K final, but that doesn't start till 2 p.m. And as we said, that will be followed. The women heptathletes at the moment are throwing the javelin, and they'll have a break before their 800 meters. The men's decathlon are on the pole vault, which will be followed by their javelin and then their 1500 meters, so they have a ways to go yet. But the wind seems to have dropped a little bit and the sun is shining, so it's a pleasant day here for them.
Pole vault bar has gone to 3:30.
Yeah, I think you do. And then you've got Aoife Cole.
You said you were down there. Is the women's javelin over? Yes. What did they throw, do you remember?
Adam O'Dwyer of Moycarkey Cool Crew. He's lining up for his first attempt at 3:30. As Jackie was saying earlier on, this wind is really making havoc with their run-ups. But Adam going off a fairly short run-up here. This should be well within his range. Oh, just possibly was a little too close to the bar, and maybe his high point was slightly at the wrong point. But that puts a little bit of pressure on for the next attempt. And now we have Michael Healy in the senior decathlon. Michael would be more of a power. You find the decathletes coming, they have different strengths. Some are very good jumpers, sprinters. Some good combination of jumping and throwing. And Michael would be his strong points would probably be in the throwing area. And
Way too close to that there. Dave took it off on the way up, unfortunately.
didn't quite get his didn't quite get the height really. Hit the bar with his feet on the way up. So
We're just coming in from the javelin there, Dave, that Anna McCauley threw 30 meters 01.
well, that's not bad for Anna. 32.50 I think is her personal best, around 32.50, which she did in I think it was in the national championships earlier in the year. So today the javelin was into the wind, which probably just knocks it back a little bit. You need to control the point of the javelin when you're throwing into the wind, and keep the javelin very low. If you throw it up too high, it's just going to get blown back. So Adam O'Dwyer lining up again for his second attempt. Or actually, it looks like he skipped he's going straight to 340. And so having one failure at 330, he's gone straight to 340.
The reason being, Dave, is that they can only have 3 knocks in a row. So a lot of these jumpers in both the high jump and the pole vault will, if they know that they've got plenty within them, they'll often move up because they just feel that there was some technicality with the mark or something, and they don't want to have more knocks at the lower heights, so they'll just move on up. Anna for Dave, or Dave for Anna rather, the javelin, relief for her, because in Arona last year, unfortunately, it was her bogey event when she was looking to qualify for the European Under-20. She failed to register a mark in the javelin, so I guess it's been an area she's working on. So 30 metres is a nice solid javelin for Anna and leaves her in a nice strong position heading into her final event of the heptathlon, the 800 metres.
Yeah, the 800, it'll be it won't be easy into that wind, but at least you can see light at the end of the tunnel after 2 long days, and I think that's the decathletes are quite happy to.
Joseph McAvoy, long day. And Joseph, unfortunately, too close to that, seemed to have enough height, but that's his first attempt at 3 metres 40, so he'll have another 2 attempts at that. So Joseph McAvoy just failing at 340, but only on his first attempt.
This is Jack Ford. Jack Ford going for 340 from the St. Killian's Club. Oh, he was close. A lot of these pole vaulters, they need to be working on a lot of gymnastic skills and have the bravery to actually throw their body up in the air and work with the pole. So it's kind of you work against it, but you work with it at the same time. And it does take a lot of trust to actually put your body upside down and push off the pole. But
and these decathletes, they're getting tired now. They've had this is their 7th event, so Joseph's about to come up now for his 2nd attempt at 3 metres 40.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, just a very unlucky, just tipped the bar on the way up. This is a tough event for the decathletes at this stage, and Joseph would be disappointed with that, but he's got 1 more attempt left. Mark Tierney of Nina in the senior decathlete on the runway now. Dave, it's lovely to see these decathletes, they work together. Rolas and Dermot are over chatting to Joseph to try and see if they can help him get over that height. The combined events is always lovely to see. People really do want the other people to do well, and it's, while there's great rivalry, there's also great camaraderie in the combined events, and it's always lovely to see.
Yeah, I think that's always been a feature of combined event athletes. I guess they spend so much time with each other during a competition that you better learn to get on with each other, even if you're deep in competition. So you do see a huge amount of camaraderie, and they support each other in the high jump and pole vaults, and you can really see them egging each other on.
This is Ben Connolly from Nina on the run up now. Ooh. Just didn't quite get the bend on the pole there, Dave.
Yeah.
Ben will be disappointed with that. He's previously cleared 340 outdoors this season with a PB of 371.
To be honest, it looked like he had done all the hard work. Really, he'd ran in very well, hit the box, and hit the pole very well, and but maybe just didn't unfurl his body at the top. It's a challenge for the officials there today, not just the athletes, trying to keep these uprights in one place. Yeah, it seems to be a lot of struggles here in the pole vault.
340 seems to be a bit of a defining height.
340s. I guess they if they want to get some good points in this event, they've got to be probably sailing over this. But easier said than done, though.
So Joseph McAvoy now really needs to clear this. This is his final attempt at 3 meters 40 in the under 20 men's decathlon.
Come on, Joe. Let's go for it, man. Oh, he's over.
Oh,
Joe
great
McAvoy
clearance. Well
gets
done,
it on his
McAvoy,
third attempt.
under pressure and clears it. These decathletes really are made of strong stuff, and that's a great clearance by Joseph. Well done.
I'm very careful not to be too critical of any athlete here, because having done a couple of decathlons when I was younger, I think my high jump was higher than my decathlon, than my pole vault. So it's a bit of a challenge. Oh yes, Mark
and
Tierney
Kieran
goes over at 340 as well.
Yeah,
So maybe you see one person doing it and
inspires the club mates
makes you
to do the same.
believe it's possible, huh? So well done to Mark Tierney. Rola Salusa probably hasn't entered the competition just yet. He'll be conserving his energy for greater heights. Maybe.
But nicely, I see Rola's encouraging the younger decathletes on and giving them a little bit of technical input, which is lovely to see. The seniors want the under-20s to come through to the senior ranks to push the standard decathlon. The more decathletes you have competing, it stands to reason that the better the standard. Just a timing issue there, I think, with Ben Connolly. Unfortunate knock there at 3 meters 40. He'll be disappointed with that.
It looks like Jack Ford may have bowed out of the competition at 340. So the bar moves to 350.
Peter Dunn from Gorn, I think, at 3 meters 50, Dave. So just brushes off that. Peter is competing in the under-20 men's championship, not the decathlon part of the pole vault. It's a little confusing here. I realise we have the multi-events and the actual Irish Life Health under-20 men's pole vault championship running concurrently.
Gorn Athletic Club, actually a lovely, based in a lovely little village there, Gorn in County Tipperary, or in Kilkenny, rather.
Excellent clearance. Oh, I was
So
about to say excellent clearance there for Dermot O'Connor, but the pole just takes the bar off on its way back. So unfortunate for Dermot, but he has another 2 attempts and knows that he's well capable of getting clear because he had his body well clear at that height. So Joseph McAvoy on the run up again, just had a lot of vaulting, which doesn't help when you're on your 7th event. Whereas Dermot's had a lot of first time clearances, so big ask here.
Oh, it is now, yeah.
And even where we picture it stops.
You've no time to train.
So Joseph McAvoy going at 350. Good positive run in. And he's clear. Well done.
Great. That's super. He'll be very pleased with that, having taken 3 attempts to clear at 340. A first time clearance at 350 is very positive.
Yeah, sometimes you just need that little bit of confidence, and you can struggle at a lower height.
I think it also looks
But I think
Dave, like Joseph changed onto the longer pole for his 3rd attempt at 340 and for his 350 jump, if I'm not incorrect.
Yeah, it looks
Nice
like
clearance too, so it looks like
looks
there's
like
a little
he
bit
can-
more there.
you can go a lot higher. It's a really expensive sport to be involved in, pole vault. I mean, these poles, if you were to buy them new, they can range anywhere. Probably the cheapest would be maybe 350, 400 euros, but a lot of these athletes would be using poles that may be costing 800 euros each.
So that was a
it's,
first time failure at 350 for Mark Tierney from the senior decathlon. Peter Dunn is on the runway again. Peter Dunn from Gorn, his 2nd attempt at 3 meters 50. Peter has cleared 380 this year, so we'll be hoping to clear this. Very nice clearance, yeah.
Well over.
Shows that he's well capable of that.
So here's Dermot O'Connor for 350. He was well over his first attempt, and the pole actually knocked the bar down. So that's
Unfortunately, just gets his time a little wrong on that one, and
definitely wasn't as clean an effort.
no, not as good as his first attempt, unfortunately. Weary body doesn't help at this stage.
So
but
Dermot's
well
going to
capable,
have
and you
to.
see, it's lovely to hear all the other combined eventers encouraging him on there. They really do work together.
Dermot's going to have to focus for his last attempt on 350. But he's a strong competitor, so I think he should be able to do this. Here's Mark Tierney.
2nd time failure, unfortunately, by Mark Tierney in the senior men's decathlon. And Dermot steps up for his 3rd attempt.
So a lot of points at stake here. Dermot knows that Joseph McAvoy is putting him under pressure on the overall points, so he definitely will want to get over this. Positive run in. And he's well over. Really positive performance there.
Yeah, great clearance there by Dermot. So both Dermot and Joseph over 3 meters 50 to continue their great rivalry and gain valuable points in this under 20 men's decathlon.
So just looking at Dermot's performance again there. I think you could see he brought in a lot more positivity into the run-up. Really committed to everything on it.
Okay, really attacked this, didn't he, Dave?
Yeah. Yeah, he was a mile over that bar. So I think going on that would not have been far off a 4 meter clearance, even though the bar was only at 350.
Unfortunately, Mark Tierney goes out there at 3 meters 50, so he will settle for best today in the senior men's decathlon of 3 meters 40.
What are you saying about pole vault champion?
Oh, you're an expert.
Eh?
You're an expert in pole vault.
Well, I'm working on it. I was chatting to Jim Alexander and
Who's this? That's a nice clearance.
That's a great clearance by Conor Callanan there. At 3 meters 60. See, he attacks the bar at a great pace. Attacks the bar at great pace and great confidence. Has a season's best of 4:15 from earlier this year.
That's Conor's first attempt in the competition. Adam Nolan went clear before that for St. Lawrence O'Toole, 360 as well.
Yeah, nice vaulting by both those boys just entering the competition in the National Under 20 Decathlon, not decathlon, pole vault championships.
So we're back to the decathlon. A little bit of juggling going on here and trying to determine which competition, but there's a few competitions in one. But here's Joseph McAvoy going at 360.
This is equal to Joseph's PB for the pole vault.
Oh.
Ooh, very close. Very good attempt. So he'll be buoyed up by that and keen to clear it on his next attempt.
Yeah, it wasn't. I don't think there'd be too much fine tuning required to get him over that bar.
No, he's close to that. And he'll be Joseph, competitive by nature, will definitely be determined to try and clear that.
And he's going to want to stay in touch with Diarmuid O'Connor here.
Dave, looks like Diarmuid might be passing at that height. He hasn't come in at 360. Am I correct?
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, he was probably so happy with his last performance, he might maybe go straight to 70. There's been some great great pole vaulters over the years in decathlon. One of the best that I've ever seen is Erkki Null from Estonia, and he was a really fantastic pole vaulter. And I see his son is actually now a prominent pole vaulter, but specialising in pole vaults rather than multi-events. Erkki Null was Olympic champion, and he's a bit of a hero up in Estonia, along with their discus thrower there, Gerd Kanter.
Oh, well done. That's a great clearance by Joseph McAvoy, 3 meters 60 to equal his PB in the pole vault in the under 20 men's decathlon.
So let's see if we can see that one again. So obviously the competitive juices are flowing here. He's decided he's not letting Diarmuid O'Connor get away from him. I think there's a lot more potential in Joseph to develop as he goes forward.
This is Adam Nolan from St. Lawrence O'Toole in the under 20 men's pole vault.
And the bar at 370. Oh yeah,
Lovely clearance.
well over.
Must be remembered that these guys, Adam Nolan and Conor Callanan, are in the pole vault itself, and that's their main event. So the decathletes, for the decathletes, it's just one of 10 events. So even though the competitions are running concurrently, for the likes of Peter Dunn and Adam Nolan and Adam Dwyer, Conor Callahan, all these guys, that's their prime goal today. And they would and should be more proficient pole vaulters than our decathletes, but our decathletes certainly putting on a very good show here, both still in the competition at having cleared 3.60 meters.
I think that's a positive thing for our decathletes, that they are competing at the same time as the other vaulters, because they can see what good technique, good commitment, what it really looks like up close, and sometimes you can feed off that during the competition.
Yeah, I agree with that, Dave. This morning we saw on the 110 hurdles, they ran the decathletes with the under 20 110 hurdles, and it really brought out the best in them all, because it was a very competitive race, and it's nice when you have small numbers to be able to do that.
So here, Dermot O'Connor's first attempt at 370. Ooh.
Just tips it on the way up, but you get the impression that that's well within Dermot's capabilities.
Yeah, it looked like he had the height all right, but seemed to clip it with his knee or something on the way up. But he certainly would have got the center point of his body over the bar. He was well over the bar. But it's the difficulty these vaulters have today is that normally they would have their coach with them, and the coach would be able to tell them where the parabola of their jump was, whether it was too close to the bar, like on the runway side of the bar, or too far over towards the mat. And sometimes you just need to get that high point exactly at the right point, and you can jump as high as you want, but if you come down on top of the bar, it's no good to you. But the coach is normally able to feed that information back to the athletes, and unfortunately with the COVID restrictions here today, no coaches have been allowed into the arena, and that's really tough for the athletes, tough and very tough for the coaches as well. You know, these coaches have put in a lot of work over the year.
Tired looking Joseph McAvoy fails to clear 370 there. That's uncharted territory for Joseph with the previous PB of 360, so he's another 2 attempts. Just while we wait the next jumpers to jump, I can give you the starting list for the 3K for under 20 women. Dave and I are going to be handing over to our colleagues Fintan Riley and Bashir for the afternoon to bring you their great wealth of knowledge in the middle distance events. But I'll give you the starting lineup. Trina McDonald, Lucy O'Keefe, Emma Boyle, Nessa Niefen, Aoife Gallagher, Abigail Taggart, Joanne Loftus, Emma Launders, Evelyn Coughlin, Aoife Coffey, Aoife O'Quill, Siobhan Whelan, Holly Brennan and Ava Costello. That's 14 girls that will start in the 3,000 metres under 20 championships. Colleagues this afternoon will fill you in on the ones to look out for, but obviously Holly Brennan, having won the 5,000 metres here, will be pushed all the way by the likes of Aoife O'Quill and Lucy O'Keefe. It should be a very open race.
Dermot going for 370 again. Oh, he's over. Well done.
Great clearance there, Dave. He's very
Super.
impressed. He's very happy with that, and,
Yeah.
and rightly so.
Yeah. Actually, somebody sent me on some tips on commentating, and they said, according to the BBC, you needed to be enthusiastic, have lots of knowledge, paint loads of pictures, and have a really good delivery style. And then they added at the end of it, is what are you actually doing there? So I'm really happy to pass it on to to Fintan Riley and Bashir Hussain, who are going to spice things up in the afternoon for you. But Jackie, I'm not dragging you down to the same level as myself, so it's been enjoyable this morning here, and looking forward to seeing the rest of events here in the afternoon. There's Joe McAvoy going in. Ooh. I think he might have. Is that his last attempt or one
No,
more?
he's got one more attempt,
One
but
more attempt.
I think a tired-looking Joseph may decide to leave it at that, although knowing how competitive Joseph is, he may not. So Diarmuid O'Connor with a PB of 3.70 so far in this junior men's decathlon pole vault. Under 20 men's pole vault. On the far side of the stadium, I can see that the under 20 women's triple jump are getting their marks. Twelve entered in this event. So Joseph McAvoy, his third and final attempt at 3.70 in this under 20 men's decathlon. Just one of two decathletes left in at this height in the under 20 section. Ooh, much better attempt and Cloaks, but Joseph will be happy with this morning's work. 3.60 in his pole vault is, as he said earlier, equal to his PB, so he'll be pleased. Diarmuid O'Connor is the only under 20 decathlete left in, with a first time clearance and a PB of 3.70, and he looks like he has got quite a lot more left in him, Dave, so I think that he'll be in it for another couple of heights.
Yeah, I think this is going to go on for a bit, so I think we'll pass over to the expert team and take you through to the climax.
Okay, so we'll hand over to Fintan and Bashir now. Thank you.
Well, thanks for the handover there, guys. Looks like a great competition on the pole vault. And I'm just looking across there, and what can I see? They're at 380. As our next vaulter lines up. Okay. Good acceleration. Driving that pole forwards, and hopefully he's going to pop over with ease. No, it's just you can see the slower momentum as he's trying to push over that bar there. And I'm not a pole vault expert, but yeah, usually the best ones just flow over that. Excellent jump, excellent jump. So this is the first attempt. And hopefully that demonstrated what I was talking about earlier, that the acceleration into the box and just pushing that pole forwards helps you flow over. But I know this guy's got a PB much higher than this. So I just double check my names.
I'll try and get into the stadium Wi-Fi. Come back and grab it before I go.
Ooh, it's over, it's over. Excellent. Well, it was, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I didn't see him touch it, but there was a touch there. And that pole rolled off at 380. So we're still at 3 meters 80 in the pole vault for right. Our computer's just been updated.
Dermot O'Connor. Is he in the? He's in decathlon, junior men's decathlon. Dermot O'Connor. Coached by Frank Stan. There's only 6 points between first and second in the junior men's decathlon.
And another attempt, but the momentum is just as he tried to get over that bar, just wasn't quite right. And of course, he had his back to it, as opposed to the ideal vault would be to have his belly facing the bar as he goes over it.
Peter Dunn apparently only started the pole vault 1.5 years ago. He's from Goran.
Just trying to get this up on my screen. Clinton.
Clinton.
That's John, isn't it?
So this is
St. Lawrence of Tully. Adam Dunn.
That's Adam going over there with 380.
so Adam Nolan there, 380. So Matthew Callan and Keenan, probably one of our top pole vaulters from the same club, St. Lawrence O'Toole. So great to see some of the other athletes coming in his footsteps. So next up, Peter Dunn from Goran. And yeah, he's over that as well. So good jumping here. Fast and furious at the minute. So pretty much a novice at the pole vault, but looks like he's on course for 4 meters potentially. So good to be here in the commentary with Bashir. It's my first time doing it on the live stream. Normally down on the infield, annoying the spectators, but no spectators here today, or all summer unfortunately.
It's a beautiful day, Vincent.
Any day you're at athletics, it's a beautiful day, Bashir.
Can't Can't really argue with that. Just didn't have the speed there to try and get over that bar at 3 meters 90 now. I often wonder at this stage how fatigued these athletes are. They've been out there, well, longer than any 10,000 metre race, that's for sure. And they're still vaulting. Yes, there's a bouncing bar. There's a bouncing bar, and that's played. Excellent.
So next up is Conor Callanan from Leeville. So this will just be his third jump clear, first time at 360 and also at 380, now going for 390. Gets himself ready and off he goes. So first attempt 390, but it'll be a second attempt for him.
Certainly attacked that box. He certainly attacked the box, but he just didn't get up to the height that he needed to get to. Four meters, but not today.
So Rola Salusa attempting 4 meters, first attempt. He'd one clearance at 380. And we can see now just coming out onto the track is our junior women on their way around for their 3,000 meters. So we can see all those sports bags in the backs, just shows how many international athletes we have. There's probably 7 or 8 of them with the Irish backpack on. So hopefully a great race and prospect there.
Four meters.
Yeah, Adam Nolan. He passed at 380, cleared 360, 370. Now Conor Callanan straight back in. These boys flying with their attempts here. So a beautiful day here in Santry, a bit windy, but sun's out, 21, 22 degrees.
My car said 23 on the way down, so it's a heck of a day.
Must have a newer car than me, Bashir, huh?
Perhaps.
All these big salaries in Athletics Ireland, is it?
No, I just left the heater on.
Oh, miles over there.
Lovely
So
things.
Conor Callanan, very impressive.
Paul was hovering dangerously there, but the vaulter grabbed a hold of it before it knocked the bar off, which was job well done at 4 meters. Our first clearance, I think.
So Rola Salusa now, his second attempt, 4 metres. We just see down the back straight the girls striding out for the last time, being held in the call room, make their way around. Rolas just strolls over that. 4 metres. Gets the applause from his fellow competitors. Big field in this junior girls 3,000 metres. Holly Brennan, winner of the 5,000 at the junior championships last week. Will be looking to do the 3-5 double. So Adam Nolan again, 4 metres. No, just hits it with his foot as he goes over. So very few athletes left, as you'd expect, at 4 metres. Well, how's things, Lizzie?
Yeah, the whole COVID thing we're trying to reduce paper. So if you have a look at the live results, you'll see the heat sheet. You use that already, don't you?
I have it here anyway, yeah. Perfect.
How's it going? You always start reading.
Just in, yeah, just...
You're being promoted from that.
Oh, I tell you, yeah. It can rain away and it doesn't bother me now. So latter stages of the pole vault competition on, and then the girls all lined up for their 3,000 metres. But Conor Callanan now, another attempt at 4 metres.
And they're up in the 3,000 metres as we're having a championship in the pole vault. It's all happening down
So-
here at the Santry Stadium.
Yeah, Conor, I think he'll have one more attempt. Let's see who takes this on. It's Nessa Nianafin on the outside from Ennis Track. Nessa actually only an under 17 athlete.
And I think the 3,000 runners are showing no great urgency at the moment. As,
Yes, so it's Siobhan Whelan in the famous Clonmel colours. So we'll have seen Sean Tobin, our clubmate, with that brilliant 10,000 metre win and that unbelievably exciting 1,500 metres at the National Championships. So the white and the green stripes from Clonmel. So it is Siobhan Whelan with the field already strung out after just 300 metres. So we'll try and get a time here for the first 400. But they're not hanging back, and it's pretty windy down there, so they go through Bashir in around 81 seconds through the first 4.
that converts to around about 10 minutes for 3K. But I'm sure in the final stages there'll be 1 or 2 of them that are able to up that pace. But it is starting to stretch out. I think around about the 300 metre mark somebody decided to pick that up. And we've got a 4:10 clearance in the pole vault.
Conor Callanan didn't clear at 4 metres last attempt. He upped it to 4:10 and cleared it in the first attempt. So I think that's actually Aoife Coffey now from Lucan Harriers. So she's moved to the front and she's pushing it on here. You can see Holly Brennan, the 5,000 metre champion, just in 5th place there. Well, the field now beginning to get pretty well strung out as they'll come down to 800 metres. It'll be when they come round past the finish next time, we'll get the 1,000 metre split, which will sort of give us an indication as to whether they're on 10-minute pace or not. 10 minutes would be pretty fast here, if that was the case.
2:42, I make that.
Yeah, so 81, keeping it consistent.
It's usually a sign, though, of the experienced runners, and I think some of these junior women will have been running for 4 or 5 years now, so they'll be well used to pacing themselves.
So just at the back of that leading group is Emma Landers, who won the national cross country out of her age last year. I think she was maybe 3rd or 4th in her age group and then came out a couple of weeks later and annihilated the field. So she's just at the back of that group with Holly Brennan just ahead of her. But it's Aoife Coffey happy to take it out. Aoife O'Quill then just tucked in behind from St. Cocos. So they're around 3:25 through the 1,000 metres. So 3:20s is on 10-minute pace. So probably 10:15 we're on now. So you see them getting bunched up, 6 of them. And then Emma Landers just a couple of metres behind. Rolas Alusa attempting 4:20 now at the pole vault.
They're hitting 3 laps now in 4:04, 4:05.
Yeah, so that slipped to an 82.83. But decent pace being set. Wind has died down slightly.
So the pole vault's now at 4:20, and here we go.
Rolas Alusa should be able to clear this.
That looks
And,
clear.
oh, close enough.
She caught it on the way down, unfortunately.
Yeah, I would have just kept my body a bit higher myself, but, you know, yeah.
I'd love to have
World
seen
class at pole vault like me. It's easy. So this is pretty impressive here by Aoife Coffey. Happy enough to take it out. Aoife O'Quill in behind. Joanne Loftus from Moy Valley is with that group as well. Holly Brennan's there. Nessa Nianafin. So this is a real honest pace. Aoife Quill now has decided she's going to go to the front. Now coached by Joe Ryan from the JR project. So Aoife was on the Irish junior team at Eurocross last year. Showed great form in cross country. Looks to be bringing that forward to the track.
Lovely clearance in the pole vault there. Well clear at 4:20.
So Conor Callanan having a superb series here on the pole vault. So as Aoife Quill comes up the home straight, Siobhan Whelan from Clonmel in behind her, and then Moy Valley's Joanne Loftus, and then our long-time leader Aoife Coffey just trying to stay on that group. Then Nessa Nianafin, Holly Brennan just struggling with the shorter pace of 3,000 metres, just off that group. And Emma Landers. Well, Aoife O'Quill pushing this on big time. She goes down past the 200 metres. She'll be at 2,000.
And we've got another clearance of 4:20 in the pole vault.
Siobhan Whelan hasn't been too far out of touch at all here. Joanne Loftus, also from Moy Valley, she had a good cross-country season as well. So some really good distance athletes, these three.
So the past
So
2,000 in the steep in the
yeah, about
2,000
650.
meters.
About 650, so that was 325, 325, so pretty consistent. So we are on course for about 10:15 if they keep that, but we suspect the pace might pick up as one of these try to make the move. And Joanne Loftus was on the school's track team at school's cross country last year, so she definitely has a kick Aoife Quill just trips there slightly but regains her composure. Aoife Coffey still looks very comfortable in behind.
First clearance at 4:30. You might
Or
have heard in the
Siobhan Whelan,
background.
sorry. So Aoife Quill just tripping a couple of times there, just shows that athletes very close order to each other. Siobhan Whelan ready to pounce, but Joanne Loftus is just hidden in behind these two with just over 600 metres to go. Siobhan Whelan now just comes up onto the shoulder of Aoife Quill. Then Joanne Loftus in behind, and then Nessa Nianafin just been overtaken there by Holly Brennan. So they come around this time, they'll get the bell. Still Aoife Quill from Siobhan Whelan, and then Joanne Loftus. Bashir, come on, give me your prediction here.
My prediction here is I'm just looking at the body language to try and work it out. And I dare say, you mentioned
Oh,
it
look,
there.
there's a gap up the inside here. Siobhan Whelan, oh no, but Aoife Quill just at exactly the same place as last time, trips again. So 8:54. And now Siobhan Whelan moves on the outside this time. She tried to go on the inside. Didn't work, now moves to the outside. But look at Joanne Loftus has covered that move.
Yeah, it's looking good here. It's going to be a heck of a burn up this final 300. 9:12. With 300 to go. There's two in it.
Siobhan Whelan, this is very impressive. This is going to be a very fast last lap. Joanne Loftus giving it as good as she can get. 200 metres to go, 9:29. So it looks to be between these two. Aoife Quill going to be safe in third place. But Siobhan Whelan and now Joanne Loftus up onto her shoulder. Coming into the home straight, Joanne Loftus on the outside. Siobhan Whelan on the inside.
So
Joanne
Sweet
Loftus
Jeans
gets...
going to,
Does she get past? Oh, impressive response there from Siobhan Whelan. Joanne Loftus giving it everything. Siobhan Whelan on the inside. Joanne Loftus on the outside. And it looks like Siobhan Whelan's going to take this. Siobhan Whelan moves 1, 2, now 3 metres past. This has been a very, very impressive
10:02.
last 1,000 metres. 10:02.49. Aoife Quill in third place.
I made that round about 10:07 for third place there.
It was like a 3:12 last kilometre or so. So really good running there. So I'd say close to PBs for some of these girls. See Joanne Loftus flat on the ground as Conor Callanan attempts 4:40 here. Nessa Nianafin comes across the line in fourth. So Conor Callanan, the Lee Vale athlete, 4 metres 40.
And these girls are still finishing now well under 11 minutes. And feeling the heat, that's for sure. You can see that from the number laying down on the track. I think
Conor
she's pulling them away.
So Conor fails at 4:40 the first attempt. As we look at the track strewn with athletes giving it absolutely everything. 7.5 laps of pure torture. Abby Taggart now for Drogheda District comes across the line.
I think they're loving it. Torture. No. If they're here at the Irish Championships, I'm sure they're loving it. Loving it. The pleasure and the pain of the 3,000 metres.
Evelyn Coughlin just comes across the line to complete the women's 3,000 metres, junior women's 3,000 metres. Roland Alusa
Just
fails
failing
there.
there at 4:40.
So the junior women's triple jump underway over the far side of the track. So we're into the second round in the junior women's triple jump. looks like Ellen McNally from Greystones and District is the biggest jump from the first round at 11:38. No, in fact, it's Ashley McHugh from Naas, the leader in the second round, with 11:54. And then that was a jump of 11 metres from Rosh McDonald from Lekela. She'd 11:42 in the first round, so she's in second place. And then Ellen McNally, Greystones and District in third. So great to see big fields in all these junior boys and girls events. Pretty action-packed weekend of athletics. We had the Morton Live here on Friday night, so we had under 16s, and then we had some good senior races over 100, 800 and the mile. And then yesterday we had the Northern Irish and Ulster Championships for juniors and seniors, so some good running up there. And now we're down here in Santry to round off the weekend. Conor Callanan, he'll have one more go at the pole vault at 4:40. So we're going to look again. Final stage is this 3,000 metres. And Siobhan just holding off Joanne Loftus there. Very impressive finish. Just takes it by just under a second, but looked at be totally in control there. So she took that in 10:02:48. So back to Rolas Alusa at 4:40, a Clonliffe Harrier athlete. So feel free to send us in any messages you want to @FintonRiley on Twitter or any means possible. So I've just seen that Ross McDonald from Lekela, she has a PB already in the second round of the triple jump. Thanks to Lisa Dixon letting me know that. So 11:42, big PB for her in the first round.
I think Alucia's just waiting for this wind to drop. There's a little bit of a breeze just picks up as he prepares for 4:40.
So this has been my first championships of the year. No need for stadium commentator when you have no spectators. So it's great to actually be at an Irish championship.
Final attempt for Alucia. Not today, unfortunately. But she's had a great competition at 4:20 to win the senior competition.
So Conor Callanan, his final attempt, I think, at 4:40.
Conor Killian. Sorry, Callanan. Final attempt at 4:40.
Good jumping for a junior athlete.
He looks good.
Oh, and he was well up there, but just hit it down on his way up. So over at the triple jump, we're into the third round. That looked like Ella Cindy Banjoko Johnson. So fourth athlete in the third round. So really improved over the last while. St Michael's AC athlete. We'll just see what her jump is now. She's 10.91 in the second round. No jump in the first round. Now Aisling McHugh, our leader. Third round jump. Low arms. Boing, boing, and in she goes. So Ella Cindy had a no jump there. So let's see what our leader, Aisling McHugh, her third round jump will be. So 11.54, she has the lead, but it's only 12 centimetres ahead of Roshni Donal, who's only 4 centimetres ahead of Ellen McNally.
There's a fairly big field in this triple jump. We've got 11 listed. And in this final round, they'll be looking to make the top 6, so they get a further 3 jumps.
So Michaela Byrne now, third attempt. That was a no jump by Aisling McHugh. Michaela 10.40 she had in the first round, no jump in the second round. And then down on the track we can have the presentation for the junior women's 3,000 metres. President Georgina Drum going to do that presentation. So Georgina shouting some instructions up to I don't know who, but so Aoife O'Quill from St Cocas in third, as Aoife Waldron from Galway City Harriers, her third round the triple jump. And then Joanne Loftus was second, picks up her own medal in the champion. Siobhan Whelan from Clonmel picks up her own medal, hops on to the number 1 spot. And there's our 3 medalists with President Georgina Drum. 10.02. Good time.
That was a heck of a race, that 3,000.
Yeah, I think you called it wrong, did you?
I stayed on the fence. I didn't call that one, Vincent. I've got to be honest.
So Roshni Donal from Lakela, third jump. 11.42 in the first. Oh, doesn't look as though that's going to count. They'll measure it. So she's in second place. Next up then, Emily O'Mahony from Waterford AC. 11.04 and 11.12, her first 2 jumps. Indeed, that was only 9.85 for Rush. I'd say she'd prefer if that wasn't measured, but if you don't break, you get measured.
That wind is really playing havoc on the back straight. If you look at the numbers for the jumps, we've got a 5 metre wind on this round.
So soon be at the halfway stage. Only a couple of athletes left in the third round. So that was Emily O'Mahony, and then we'll have Grace Fitzgerald and Ellen McNally. Ellen in third place at the moment. And this is Grace Fitzgerald from Tipperary Town. She's a best jump of 10.63.
Well, I've got some cracking weather today, and they've got a nice wind behind them, so there could be some big jumps if they get it right.
Oh,
Just looked like it fell apart a little bit in the middle.
yeah, didn't land into the sand there. More like 3 hop and skips.
Yeah, I think
So Emily jumped 11.05 there in that last round from Waterford. So 11.04, 11.12 and 11.05, so very consistent, but still not into the top 3. So 11.38 is in third place. 11:54 leading it. And now our final jump in the third round is Ellen McNally, who is in third place from Greystones District. Looked decent enough.
I think there'll probably be a bit of a pause in that as the officials just realign people for the fourth round and get people in order. And usually the best performance so far will be the one who goes last.
So there'll be a big gap on the track now before we get underway with the junior women's 800 metres, which is at 3:10, and seriously looking forward to that race. Amy Head, the 1500 metre champion, 4:25. She ran in that junior championships. Ava O'Connor, who was second, who was here at Morton Live on Friday doing the mile, ran that in 4:55.6. Breaking Pauline Curley's Tullamore Harriers mile record from about 30 years ago.
I can't remember that far back.
Well, if you can't remember it, I certainly can't.
30 years ago, what was I doing 30 years ago? Hopefully I was doing my mile in 4:55 or faster.
Been robbed of meeting Adrian Curley all summer down in Tullamore Harriers. I don't have any dirty jokes to tell anyone now because I haven't seen him all summer.
I've no idea where to take that one.
Yeah, best left with Adrian, I think.
But actually, talking of Adrian, I think I recently heard they've announced the county championships in Offaly, and I think Adrian will probably be involved in that, which is great news. I think the Westmeaths are due out there on the 4th of October. But check the website to be sure. I'm just pulling these out of my head at the moment.
So all we have on at the moment is the women's triple jump. The junior men's high jump not on till 3 o'clock, but those athletes are out, getting themselves organised. So it'll take a little while for fourth round to get underway as they all get rearranged into their top 8 order.
I'm just looking for the summary of results from that pole vault now, because I know some of you, I dare say, may be able to see that online already. But I'm just pulling down these results, and it was the Bandon athletes with 370, Dermot O'Connor, who was the highest in that, followed by 360 by Joseph McAvoy from Nina. And in third place in that competition, I'm not so sure I've got a third place. Yes, I have. It was Tristan Chambers from Bandon. And in the senior men's pole vault of the decathlon, I think we've just recently seen Rolus Alusa from Clonliffe on his home track, clearing 4:20 to be the highest there. Mark Turney from Nina was second in that decathlon pole vault with 3:40, and Michael Healy was third with 3:20. And hopefully they're accumulating plenty of points. And I'll just have a quick look at my points table to give you an idea of the kind of points they've been achieving.
So as we wait for the fourth round of the triple jump, we'll give you some of the scores and distances after 3 rounds. So our leader, as we've said, with 11:54, I think it is is Aisling McHugh from Naas in that second round. And then first round jump from Rushni Donal, 11.42s in second. Ellen McNally had a jump of 11.38 in the first round. And then other athletes over 11 metres, Emily O'Mahony in the second round, 11.12. And bang on, next best then, 10.91 for Ella Cindy Banjoko Johnson.
It looks like the fourth round of the triple jump is just starting. And while they're measuring that first of the fourth rounds, I'll just give you an update on the points in the pole vault. So to get 700 points in the pole vault, you've got to do 429. So we'll have had at least one person achieving 700 points in that event. Their next event, I believe, is the javelin.
So that was Anna McKenty from Orange Grove, Belfast, 10.38 in the first round. So she was 8th in after 3 rounds. So we see a lot of the Orange Grove athletes that come down and do our NIA Lives and Morton Live events. Wee man Isaac Orrs, probably only under 11 or 12, and he's made serious improvements over the last few years. I was up in Belfast then at one of the greater meets up there. 11-year-old is taking the registrations, so already a seasoned pro at 11 years of age.
An old head on very young shoulders by the sounds of that, Finton.
Absolutely. Shauna Layden now, Mullingar Harriers. Grace Fitzgerald in her fourth round had a no jump. Shauna's best jump is 10.85 in the third round. No, that's not going to count either. So here's Ella Cindy Banjoko Johnson from St Michael's. She's only had one jump in out of the first 3, 10.91. So can she launch something over 11 metres? Let's see how they're going to measure it. Yeah, going to decide whether he's going to measure it or not, but decides he will. Benefit of the doubt. So if you were listening to the live stream up in Belfast yesterday, you'd have seen or heard the great Ronan Duggan and Cathal Dennehy. They've obviously gone out in the lash in Belfast last night that they're not down here today. They were also up in Larne for the Larne half marathon. What a half marathon we had yesterday. Mo Farah taking that in 60.28, but Stephen Scullion, unbelievable run, 61.08. First Irishman home in fourth.
Scullion's had the last 4 or 5 weeks in Fontenoy training with Mo Farah, so they're good friends at the moment and certainly good training partners.
Yeah, and Kevin Seward, PB in 63 minutes yesterday as well, so it all bodes well. Those guys most likely doing the London Marathon in a few weeks' time.
I think I went for dinner with Kevin and his wife Heather last night, and Kevin was saying that he got caught between a rock and a hard plate at that race, and he feels that he's got a 62.30 in him comfortably, but he didn't feel that he was fit enough to go with the front group, so he just hung back a little and then just pushed on, and him and Josh Griffiths finished together in about 63.05 and 63.08.
Sub 5 minute miles for 13 miles. It's serious moving. So here we have the presentation for that boys pole vault. And Conor Callanan is going to be centre stage. His best was 4:30. So the black and amber of Leeville. Top of the podium, not the first or last time that Leeville will be top of the podium this weekend, I suspect.
A lot of history down at that club in Leevale.
So Roshni Donal now, her 4th attempt. 3rd place. So nobody has improved on that. So Emily O'Mahony improved hers with 11:17, but 11:38 she needs to get to get into 3rd.
That was a lovely jump off on that triple jump. One of the best ones we've seen today, I thought. Be interesting to see what that jump comes out at. But yeah, it had rhythm, and there was a nice little pop off at the end as she jumped out in that 4th round.
11:20, so it's our 2nd best jump. That was Nace's Aisling McHugh. So Ella McNally had a no jump in the 4th round. Our leader, Aisling McHugh, 11:54. She's only had 1 jump in as well of her first 3.
It's always a tough event, the triple jump on these younger athletes, and it's just whether they've got the conditioning to last the rounds and they can still pop out a big one in the final rounds. Here we go again.
So it looks like we're back to Anna McKinty in the 5th round.
.10.56 is her best so far.
And that looks like Grace Fitzgerald from Tipperary Town AC. Don't see many athletes from Tipperary Town AC.
Has lovely rhythm to that jump. Just trying to make out, is that the Orange Grove athlete?
No, that's she went last. That's Grace Fitzgerald.
And that Anna McKinty jump was her best jump with 10.64.
So that moves her just a centimetre ahead of Grace. Well, Grace, 10.60 there. So, 2nd best jump, but still, she's lies in 8th now. Shauna Layden on the runway. Now, if she goes. No. Not to be this time.
Not quite right. Not quite right. But that last jump had a 5 metre wind behind her for Grace Fitzgerald. So, as I said earlier, those the wind on that back straight is swirling around. Looking at the flags now, it looks almost 0.
Yeah. So I'd say actually Ronan Duggan had to get out of Belfast as quick as possible last night because the Belvedere teacher up around St Malachy's territory, the All-Ireland Schools cross country last year, were in Santry It's a big competition between Belvedere and St Malachy's for that senior title, with Belvedere taking that title for the first time. I actually think it's the first time they won that title. And they sent the Malachy boys back with only the silver medal, but I'd say they were out for him yesterday when the Hardy was coming up. So we'll see some of the Malachy boys running later on.
Yeah, down in the 3,000. Joe McAllister's done a cracking job churning out the endurance boys over the last 5 or 10 years.
Not as good as Ronan, but
And Ronan's
Ronan,
doing
I'll tell
the
ya.
same job at Belvedere.
sure is.
Yeah, well, I'm aware of that one too, and I think Paddy McKillop, is he at St Malachy's as well?
I know Michael Cook is part of that athletic setup up there as well. You see him down at very prominent at the schools competitions. So that looked like Emily O'Mahony's 5th round jump there. She's had her 4 jumps over 11 metres, very consistent. So 11.4 to 11.17 were her first 4 jumps. But that looked like a no jump there. So this looks like Ellen McNally from Greystones and District. Still in 3rd. That first round jump 11.38. Ella Cindy Banjoko Johnson's moved herself into 4th with 11.26 in that 4th round. So it's getting pretty tight at the top. Let's see this jump now. Looked
Rhythm there.
decent enough, didn't it? Yeah.
I like that one. Could have been a bit more height at the end, but if you've got rhythm, you're well on your way to performing and not getting injured. As I'm sure we know if we've been there.
Yeah, so Emily's last jump, 11.08, plus 3 metres per second wind. Ellen, let's get the scores in the doors.
Yeah, I'm looking at those flags now. It's definitely picked up at the moment.
10.98 that one. So Ross Need O'Neill up next, and she's away, not hanging about. Just fell back slightly at the end there. So 20 minutes now to our, actually 30 minutes to our next, the junior women's 800 metres as part of the heptathlon. And then 4:15 when we get to the junior women's 800 metres individual. You can see our high jumper still down there warming up. And the junior men's. But here's our leader, Aisling McHugh, 11.54, second round. Crouch start, bang, and away. And then upright very quickly.
A lot of height there, probably more height we've seen than anybody, certainly off that first hop. And a nice bit of height on the jump into the pit as well. I guess the thing is whether you get too much height, whether you lose too much horizontal speed. That's the dilemma for these athletes and coaches.
I probably believe anything you say.
Yeah, it's a conundrum that coaches have to deal with. Sometimes you get power triple jumpers, sometimes you get speed triple jumpers, and speed ones tend to just skim across, a bit like throwing a stone on a lake, a nice skim.
So 11.50, just shy of our best, 11.54. So that was a good attempt there from Aisling. So we're back now. I think we're into the final round. Back with Anna McKinty, Her best jump was in that 5th round of 10.64. In fact, that looked to be actually Grace Fitzgerald from Tipperary Town. It's going to be a no jump in her final round, so she'll finish 8th. Next up, Shauna Layden, Mullingar Harriers. 10.85 in the 3rd round, her best jump, so she is in 6th.
I was going to say, I thought she shuffled around before she hit that.
No, legs getting tired for these athletes now. Final jump for Ella Cindy Banjoko Johnson. 11.26 in that 5th round. So a lot of power in that run up.
Yeah, I like that.
Launched herself forward at the end.
Kind of looks like a familiar athlete that I've seen before. I'm not sure where St Michael's is though.
Oh yeah, she's here in a lot of the sprint events.
Yeah,
It's been around for a few years now.
I think Eamon Henry's done a bit of work with
Yep.
Ella. And doing a great job there.
Emily O'Mahony up next. So that was 11.10 for Ella Cindy. Now Emily O'Mahony, unbelievably consistent set of jumps. Final one. So all in the head, the way they get themselves prepared for their run up. And Emily sets off. So that one's going to be measured. So Bashir, back to Athlone for you now. Back into the swing of things.
Yeah, Athlone, the academic term starts tomorrow, so we'll be getting quite a few on campus there at Athlone. I've heard a few names that are coming in, but the first year's not due in for another couple of weeks. It's the 2nd, 3rd, 4th years tomorrow.
So you have a good few down on scholarship there, have you?
The scholarships to be decided in the next couple of weeks. There'll be a meeting, and then they'll look at what we've got, what we can afford, and invariably, yeah, who'll get those scholarships for free gym membership and access to additional support, etc. But we've got Niamh Fogarty, who's thrown a PB this year in the
national champion.
That's right, national senior champion in the discus.
So Emily O'Mahony jumped 11.25 there in her final round. That was her biggest jump. So a super series for her. I think she finishes in 5th. And now we have Roshni Donald still in 2nd place. So she needs to get it over 11.54. That'll be a silver medal for her.
That was a lovely rhythm there. Reaching out towards the end.
Touching you. So over in the distance there, we can see Dave Sweeney, Jackie Frayne, and Matt Lockett. 3 of the high performance staff members in Athletics Ireland. Obviously the boys boring Jackie there. She's on the phone, pretending she's interested.
They're going down with a good Santry tan by the time they get home.
So then we're down at the high jump competition. Looks like we've only 4 or 5 athletes in that one. We'll try and give you some updates on that. So it's due off at 3 o'clock, so the boys just getting themselves ready there. We've 5 athletes in that. Jack Ford from St Killian's, Luke Hennessy, Naas, Peter Dunn from Goran, Adam Nolan from St Lawrence O'Toole, fresh from his pole vault, and Jeffrey Joy O'Regan from Sunhill Harrier. So Jeffrey Joy O'Regan, I think, there you can just see him, he's running up that home straight there. I think he's probably a 2:10 jumper, so expect big things of him today.
We've just got a final jump there from Aisling McHugh of 11.46, so 11.54 will be her best, and that'll be the one that takes the gold in the junior women's triple jump.
So there'll be a bit of a lull on the track and the field for another 10 or 15 minutes now until we get underway with the junior men's high jump, and then we have the junior women's pole vault.
So that triple jump looks like it was Aisling McHugh with a win with 11.54. Ella Cindy Banjoko Johnson with a best of 11.26 in second place, and I think that 11.25 in the final round from Emily Marnie from Waterford may have taken the bronze medal.
No, I think Ellen McNally from Greystone's first round there, you can see 11.38. Third.
Quite right. That's
So
the
the boys
silver
just
medal.
Cruising over the high jump, getting their final few practice jumps in. So Adam Nolan there just taking his practice jump. So we've had to have the junior championships over 2 weekends, high entries, and most of the events couldn't keep it to under 200 people. So fairness to Athletics Ireland have put on a magnificent programme of championships over the last few weeks.
And well supported by the athletes and the quality of the athletes as well. I think that's what's impressed me after such a long lockdown.
Yeah, one of the few disappointing things is that Offaly came out of the lockdown, John Cronin was able to come here. Well, a great job by John and the team from the competitions team and Athletics Ireland in getting all these competitions up and running. Unfortunately, no spectators. You can see people looking through the gates to try and get some sort of vantage point to see things, but Santry's not the best stadium for trying to see inside from the outside.
I hear you. It's interesting though, because I mean, it's not all bad. You've got to see the positives and the negatives. But sometimes when our best athletes go away to international competitions, quite often they've got to cope on their own without their personal coaches there. So it's good experience for them. And I think, as we said earlier, the quality of some of the performances have really been as good as ever. And certainly, I know, going back to the Stephen Scullion conversation we had earlier, I know he's been all over the place trying to get himself settled, and I know he's spent, he's been drifting around the Midlands as well. But he decided to head to Font-Romeu rather than back to Flagstaff in the USA to do his training, and it's paid off. It's paid off a treat.
Yeah, he was able to jump in when he was back in Belfast with Mark Kirk's crew as well for a lot of the sessions prior to that. Mark was prominent yesterday with all his athletes in the Northern Ireland Ulster Championships. Plenty of medals there. Actually brilliant men's 5,000 metres yesterday.
James Edgar, for a triathlete, that 56 final lap was something special. I didn't expect anybody to turn over Neil Johnston, but he did it incredibly well.
Yeah, because Neil, one of the Lisburn City City of Lisburn AC meets had a brilliant 1500 as well. So like we know he has the speed, and he had a 58 second last lap. Thought he had done enough, but James Edgar, the triathlete that he is, so strong, just didn't get carried away or whatever, and 30-40 meters to go, just comes onto his shoulder and takes it in, I think 14:28 or something, I think maybe yesterday. So
It
good
was
race.
around about that, but I think that you know it was, I guess, pedestrian for the first 3 or 4 guys, because Owen Totton was third, wasn't he? And Owen was the one who led it out at a comfortable 14:35 pace, and then it came down to that final lap, and James Edgar was the man. Technically very efficient, covering the ground, and in fairness, Neil Johnson is fairly efficient covering the ground as well, but he didn't have the speed yesterday. Great race.
And then there was a bit of a step down in distance for Owen Totton, who took it out for most of it, and he got third yesterday. So good competition, lovely day up there yesterday, beautiful weather, fantastic scenic track in Mary Peters.
Yeah, I guess there's a lot of people waiting with bated breath to see what happens at the next marathons, and obviously London is the big one.
So it looks like we're about to get underway in the junior men's high jump. The national record going back to 1994 from the great Antoine Burke from Dunedin. His championship record's 2:14 from 1993, so that was some serious jumping. We can just see one of the favourites now for that high jump, Jeffrey Joy O'Regan, just from Sunhill Harriers, just effectively plop over with one of his last practice jumps. 5 minutes to go there. Keeping Colette busy there on the high jump. Puts the bar back up. Jim Corcoran directing traffic from his seat.
Yeah, I can see Colette Quinn there supporting that V-line in the mats. I'm not sure if she's on bar duties, but probably not is my guess.
Not the type of bar duty I'd like.
Yes. It's double meaning for a few words.
Yeah. So such different conditions for the athletes getting prepared for all these events. They're literally held in the stadium before their race, and then unfortunately have to leave pretty much straight after their race. But looks like we're well under the 200 in the stadium at the minute, so hopefully they'll be able to let some of them stay a bit longer.
Yeah, it's quite enough, but it's quietly active with the pole vaulters warming up, the high jumpers going through their final routines and measurements. And the high jumpers, we've got Jack Ford from St Killian's, Luke Hennessy from Naas, Peter Dunn from Goran, Adam Nolan from St O'Toole's, and Jeffrey Joy O'Regan from Sunhill Harriers.
So it looks like we're starting. Jack Ford. His first attempt. Just not sure what the height they're starting at. Adam Nolan from St Lawrence O'Toole up next. So just 5 athletes in the junior men's high jump, and Adam Nolan, first attempt. So we've had 2 attempts, no jumps for both athletes.
Presentation here.
Presentation of that junior women's triple jump. So Ashley McHugh just hops on the podium to get her gold medal. And there they are, 3 happy ladies. In fact, 4 happy ladies.
Yeah, I think they'll have a well-earned rest after that.
So
I've not done the triple jump very often, but it's a bit of a body beater, that's for sure. Particularly if you haven't got great coordination. Once your coordination's there, usually the jumps just flow and perhaps don't take as much out of you.
So plenty of bars falling in this opening height in the high jump.
I think on our scorecard we haven't got anything
So nothing
suggest
showing
it
yet, but that
started.
looked like Jack Ford's second attempt at his opening height. And now we've Adam Nolan, St. Lawrence O'Toole. So again, that bar falls for Adam. So that's 2 attempts each for Jack and Adam. So they have 1 more go each.
I think he's not scheduled to take off till 3 o'clock, so
Yeah, I think they just got them going 5 minutes earlier, so athletes must have been happy to get it started.
I often wonder in these a lot of the technical events whether people need to be practicing as high as they need to practice.
So Jack Ford, St. Killian's. Oh, he got over on 3rd attempt.
Lovely.
You can see, you can actually hear him up here in the commentary box from way down there. There's a lot of relief on that face. So he stays in the competition, 3rd attempt in his opening height. So Adam Nolan now in his 3rd attempt. Oh, and he clears as well. So all 5 stay in the competition. You see that? Some sense of relief there, I'll tell you.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's yeah, it's definitely a competition. My mistake. I've never seen anybody that happy on a warm-up jump anyway.
So the bar will obviously move up another 5 centimeters now. Just not on any of the feeds being told what height they're at.
are you? I'm not too bad. How's it going? You keeping in the shade? It's a smell good.
So Jack Ford now, first attempt. So he's getting his money's worth out of his entry anyway. So Adam Nolan now back up from St. Lawrence O'Toole. Let's see how he gets on. Oh, he just clips it. So the hurdles getting put out for the 400-metre hurdles around the track on the outside lanes as part of the heptathlon and decathlon. Our pole vaulters getting ready. Pole vaulters like to take about an hour or so to get themselves ready for action. So that looked like Jeffrey Joy O'Regan clearing that attempt pretty easily. So we've sent Bashir down to the high jump to get a closer look at the athletes. So Jack Ford again, a second attempt from St. Killian's.
Jump, I think it cleared it with everything, bar his calves. And it was his calves that got in the way, which will be frustrating because invariably the centre of gravity is usually around your belly button, and his belly button and his bum were well clear of that bar then. He'll get another attempt. Again, unfortunate. It was the legs at the end that got in the way. The lower legs as well. Timing and coordination, and the big flip over that's crucial for these high jumpers. Well, the officials will clean the bar, put it up, and they'll go again. Wow, that was great. And the great thing about that was he started so slow, but his final acceleration was where he got his speed and his height to drive over there. Beautiful. Poetry. Same again. And it's great to see these high jumpers working together and applauding each other, as I'm sure they're hitting best performances, whether it's season's bests or all-time bests, I know not. But great competition here. Still three in this high jump competition at one, having cleared 193 and the bars. Now up at 196 at first attempt. A new height and perhaps slightly a new skill one has to adopt to get that extra 3 centimetres. Yeah, there's not an electronic scoreboard down for this event, so I just thought I'd pop down to see where they're at, and it's looking good. And that was an interesting one there, as he put the brakes on and tried not to break the plane of the bar. If you break the plane of the bar, it counts as a no jump. I don't think he broke the plane, so he's still got an attempt, his first attempt at 196. Something not quite right on this approach. And of course these power athletes, quite often they'll have 4 or 6 or even 10, 12 minutes even between their power efforts. So when it gets to the business end of the competition, sometimes they're having to perform 2 or 3 jumps within 5 minutes. So close, so close. Again, he seems to have the height. His hips and his bum cleared the bar, but his legs just hanging back a little bit too long and pulling off the bar.
So the 400-meter hurdles underway. It's the combined events 800 meters. So come up Looks like it'll be about 110 at the bell. So it's Anna Macaulay from City of Lisburn. So through 500, round 130. So heptathletes, decathletes just hate these 800s, 1500 metres. But so many extra points can be got from just being pretty decent at it. So Anna Macaulay, she probably 25, 30 metre lead, comes round past the high jumpers. Absolutely flying, so she is here. So she comes into the home straight. Looks as though she's going to be around 225 or so. She was 70 at the bell. Look at the pain on her face. She's giving it absolutely everything here. Anna Macaulay. Right to the line. Looks as though she's just out 226, 28. And then probably in the low 230s for our Bohemian athlete. So Anna Macaulay just takes a drink of water as long as that doesn't come back up. So good run in there, 70, 76 lap. So probably somewhere around 750 points there. Pure solo effort for her. So we go back to the high jump. Adam Nolan. And high knee lift there. Bar comes down.
I think they're still at 196, having 3 people cleared 193.
So that bar we think at 1.96 m at the moment.
I'm just looking at last year's heptathlon results. And we had quite a performance in the 800 last year from Agatha Gilmore from Beguden AC. She ran a 209 800 last year to get 968 points. And so that's one hell of a score last year.
So then we're over.
5,300 points was winning that from Laura Frey and Karen Dunn in 2019. But obviously, with COVID and 2020, the fields have been somewhat affected. But still, as we saw, 226 is probably worth around about 750 points. And I was thinking in the combined events, the 2 key events are usually the high jump and the hurdles. And if you're good at them, you can make really good points, and if you're technically lacking, you can lose big points too. So for you budding combined events athletes out there, keep working on your hurdles, keep working on your high jump, and points will follow, I have no doubt.
Words of wisdom there from Bashir. Well done, Bashir. So now we have Sarah Zia Buckley from Leevale, 2.75 m. Oh, just hits it again on the way up. She'll have a couple more attempts.
I can see Matt Lockett looking at me thinking, has he got an ulterior motive there? Is he trying to recruit more steeplechasers? But no, that is the truth. I was chatting to Laura Kerr yesterday, and she was mentioning that that's usually one of the key tricky areas for multi-eventers, that they don't quite nail the hurdles in particular, and they don't nail the high jump.
It's back to Adam Nolan, the high jump. Second attempt. Bar comes down again. So I'd be pretty tired after a series of pole vaults. Now the high jump.
And Matt Lockett's just worked out my angle once again, because he quite rightly said they have got great facilities down at AIT, and we have actually got high jump and pole vault facilities and hurdle facilities that perhaps don't get as used as much as they could do, and certainly I'll be pushing that through the winter and into the spring next year to get a few more pole vaulters, and we've had a few people have a go over last year, and if you're one of those at AIT, come on down and have a go again.
So not much rest for Sarah. Thea Buckley back up, second attempt, 2.75 meters. So national record here, Ellen McCartney from City of Lisburn competed yesterday up in the Ulster and Northern Irish Championships. So just reneged there at the bar. She'll come back. So pole vaulting in Ireland at juvenile and junior ranks has got really popular. A few clubs really strong at pole vault, trying to bring the athletes through. Seamus and Lusk AC doing a great job. And then down in Munster, great team of coaches getting all these athletes together. So Sarah eyes up the pole vault bar again, goes through the motions. So let's hope she can clear it here. 285 PB, 275 the bar at the moment. Oh yeah, well over that time. And you can see she's pretty happy. Disaster for some of these athletes if they go out on their first height. Or the decathlon javelin throwers warming themselves up there down beside the high jump is Jeffrey Joy O'Regan from Sunhill Harriers. So bar falls there again. So it looks as though we're coming towards the end of this competition. A lot of heights being failed, less attempts left. So Jeffrey Joy just comes back up, has a look at the high jump. You have a busy Andrew Lynham, struts away, whatever he's doing down there. Makes his way back up to photo finish or electronic timing or whatever. So it looks like Sarah again in the pole vault from as Jeffrey Joy O'Regan has another attempt at the high jump. So a nice clearance there, 2.90 meters in the pole vault, and Jeffrey Joy O'Regan not successful at that second attempt.
I'm just looking at the running scores for Anna McCauley in the junior women's heptathlon. She got 810 points in the 100 metre hurdles, 891 in the high jump, 548 in the shot put, 817 in the 200 metres, 768 in the long jump, 477 in the javelin, And we guesstimated around about 750 in the 800. So if you've got a mental arithmetic, it'll be interesting to hear what that totalled up to.
So nice clearance there. So there's Anna McCauley now receiving her heptathlon medal. And Karen Dunn will be next up from Bohemien in the senior. So Anna McCauley, the junior champion. And now it's Karen Dunn's turn. So Karen Dunn Bohemien takes the senior combined events title, senior heptathlon title, as Nicole Lappy from Clonliffe Harriers fails in that 290 in the pole vault. And then back to Jeffrey Joy O'Regan.
On your screen now. Adam.
No, high jump. Always looks on the left.
Oh, brilliant. Right.
This fixes there.
Gotcha.
So Jeffrey Joy O'Regan, that looks like maybe a third failed attempt after first time clearances all the way up to 1.96 m.
I've got the high jump here now. Have you got the same? Yep.
Yeah, so Nicole Lappy at 2.90 m, second attempt in the pole vault. No, so she'll have one more attempt.
So the junior men's high jump, the results are in, and we've got Jeffrey Joy O'Regan from Sunhill, who's cleared 196. In first place, we have Jack Ford, St Killian's, who had a best of 193. And Adam Nolan also had a best of 193. I'm just checking my count back, and they look pretty identical to me at the moment.
So Nicole gets ready. 3 attempts in about 3 minutes for her at 2.90 m. Our junior women getting ready for their 400-meter hurdles. So here goes Nicole. You can see Andrew Lynham even over the pole vault now. Trying to get the live results up. Oh, so close there, but unfortunately not for Nicole in the pole vault. On the junior women's 400-meter hurdles, 2 heats. So most likely first 3 and 2 fastest times through to the final. And in the first heat, from the outside in lane 8, Shauna Layden from Mullingar Harriers. We saw her doing the triple jump. Quiva Rowe from Trim AC in lane 7. Charlotte Burke, Dundrumside Dublin in 6. Sarah O'Toole, Galway City Harriers in 5. Ellie Cronin Crockwell in 4. Rachel Norman Dunboyne in 3. Muireann de Fuiche from Kenmare in 2. And Maya O'Connell St Coleman South Mayo in 1. So the 2 400-meter hurdles is the fastest of the 2 races. Will get the 3 medals, so it's done on times.
Good old-fashioned time trial there.
So you just go hell for leather.
Yeah, I always find it interesting to think about these the blocks and the 400-metre hurdle starters compared to the 60-metre starters, and the amount of power you apply to the blocks probably isn't quite so much, because you're going to be out there for perhaps closer to a minute when you're doing the 4 hurdles, certainly on the female side, in a lot of cases.
So we're back here at the pole vault. Sarah Zia Buckley. She had a first time clearance at 290, so now at 3 metres. So first attempt at 3 metres for Sarah. Already had Una Bryce from Leeville clear first attempt at 3 metres. Oh, and Sarah just hits that with her right foot as she goes over. Our 400-metre hurdle athletes, first of 2 races, fastest times for the 2 races. So we can see the St. Coleman South Mayo athlete as Tom Thompson, starter, calls them to the start. So let's see what time these girls can put up to the second race. So let's see who's the early leader here. Looks like maybe in lane 5, Sarah O'Toole from Galway City Harriers, first to jump there, but outside her also then Charlotte Burke. So it looks like these two in lanes 5 and 6. But first to jump is Sarah O'Toole, and now she's closed down on Charlotte Burke. And these two look to be well clear. Then right in the inside, Moya O'Connell from St. Coleman South Mayo is going all right as well. But making a real move now. Sarah O'Toole starts to move clear. She's probably 6-7 metres over Charlotte Burke in second place. So you hear a few rattles of the hurdles around the back straight there. Coming into the home straight, Sarah O'Toole. So we've got 2 hurdles to negotiate. The Galway City Harriers athlete, she's over the second last one. Coming back strong again then is Charlotte Burke, but the gap is just too big, so she's just her stride there, Sarah O'Toole. Charlotte Burke then just in second place, and then right in the inside, Moya O'Connell. So 1:04.87. Then Charlotte Burke and then Moya O'Connell. So they're the 3 fastest from the first heat. So 1:04.87. Can you remember that, Bashir, for the next race?
I'm working on it. I'm actually looking at the second place there, and I think it was around about 1:05.65 for second place, which is going to be key in terms of the medals.
In the pole vault, back to the pole vault. And she's getting some serious airtime. Sarah Zia Buckley. Second attempt at 3 metres. Only one athlete, Una Bryce, clear at 3 metres so far.
Yep, the results are up for the 4 hurdles online as the pole vault takes off.
Oh, Sarah clears at that time, so she's clear at 3 metres. So it looks like that could be a PB for Sarah. So a good series of jumps for her. Next up, it looks like Ailish Ní Donal from Lekela. Second attempt, 3 metres. Orla Coffey still to come in from Carrick Navarre. So Ailish, short run up. Is it effective? No, she'll have one more go at 3 metres.
Yeah, I'd like to have seen a bit more speed on that one.
So just get a message on my phone from Dara Green. You're hardly going for a run this evening. I'm going to tell you over the airwaves. That's a negative, Dara, I believe. Be interesting to see, does my wife let me back into the house even? So one more jump for Ailish Ní Donal from Lekela. Orla Coffey still to come in. Second time clearance for Sarah Zia Buckley at 3 metres, and Una Bryce, who entered the competition at 3 metres. First time clearance for her. So we're getting ready now for the second heat then, as well, or second race as we'll call it, in the 400 metre hurdles. So one last attempt for Ailish Ní Donal from Lekela. So joint second in the junior men's high jump. You see them getting on at 1.93 metre. Adam Nolan and Jack Ford. So they both third time clearances at 1.93. Causing headache to the coronavirus stewards here. Two of them on the same podium. And then Jeffrey Joy O'Regan from Sunhill Harriers. First time clearance 1.96 to take that junior title. So back at the pole vault now, Ailish Ní Donal from Lekela. I'll do all the Irish pronunciations for you, Bashir. Don't worry about it.
I know,
worry about it. Don't put yourself under any pressure there.
Apologies to any mispronunciations I've already made, because I'm sure there's at least one.
So Maya O'Connell was third in that first heat, 108.88. So that's to get a medal. You need to run 108.88. Charlotte Burkton jumps out Dublin 105.54, and Sarah O'Toole 104.88. So let's see what we can do in this second heat. So we'll go from the outside in lane 8, Maria Campbell from Duneen. Lane 7, Lily O'Connor, Rathoath. In lane 6, Emer Halpin, Menapians. Lane 5, Ella Dwan, Naas AC. 4, Alicia Kerr, Roscommon AC. 3, Sophia Terchik from St. Cocas. And 2, Victoria Knox from Dunboyne. So Lily O'Connor, used to seeing her do the shorter hurdles. So moving up to 400 metre hurdles, top class 100 metre hurdler.
I often think in these events as well, we talk about earlier about the power you apply to the blocks, but where do you put the blocks? Do you put them dead centre, or slightly to the right, or slightly to the left to get the longest line of acceleration in a straight line?
I don't know. You tell me. You tell me.
Oh well, you know, and I think invariably it's going to be tied to your running style as well, because you know, if you're a wide stance runner, then your elbows might get in the way of covering the other lanes as well. And of course you get disqualified if your trail leg goes on the inside of the hurdle. So that's something that athletes have to think about. There's a lot to think about in these starts.
I'd say a lot of these girls are just thinking about getting to the finish. It's a brutally tough event.
64.88 is the time they're chasing. 68.88 to get a medal.
So second race, junior women's 400 metres. Great start by Lily O'Connor out in lane 7. So she's shown her 100 metre speed then. And then Ella Dwan from Naas AC. So it's Ella Dwan, I'd say, from Naas AC in the lead from the inside. Victoria Knox from Dunboyne also going well. But it's Ella Dwan over those hurdles first. Probably from Victoria Knox and then Lily O'Connor. So through halfway now, Ella Dwan in about 29-30 seconds. So 104, so she looks on course to be inside that, but can she keep it going? She looks very impressive at the moment. So she'll come out into the home straight. She'll have a big enough lead here. Right on the inside, Victoria Knox from Dunboyne in second place. Oh, and you can see now she's beginning to get tired. Ella Dwan into the home straight. She's really beginning to tire. 2 hurdles to go. She's got over that one cleanly. Inside her, in lane 2, Victoria Knox from Dunboyne. But it's Ella Dwan. Looks as though she's going to take this. Can she be inside 64? Oh, the legs are nearly buckling here. She's just going to hold on here. Ella Dwan from Naas, 69.41. So first heat, looks as though the 3 medals going to come from the first heat.
I think I'd echo that, assuming that's clock's in fully functional order.
I'm sitting in my seat here and I actually can feel that in my own legs. Oh, the pain of those girls.
Yeah.
So we just come back into the replay of this and you can see Ella Dwan, she was pace and style was going perfect until she just came into the home straight. You can see she's looking at the line, praying for it to come towards her. She gets across it then, just from Victoria Knox on her inside. And then Menapian's Emer Halpin takes third in that race.
And I think lactate will be flowing all over the body. Lactate in the legs for sure, lactate in the arms, in the ears, the nose, the lips.
Yeah, no such thing as trying to get it in 13 or 14 strides there. It's just a case of let's get over that hurdle.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Back to the pole vault. Pole vault at 3 meters 10. And it's our friend Sarah Zia Buckley. Our second attempt. Una Bryce, who we keep seeing to miss also from Lee Vale. First time clearance at 3:10. Orla Coffey entered the competition and cleared first time at 3:10 as well.
Just to confirm those 400 metre hurdle results for junior women, Ella Dwan would be the 4th fastest overall. For the medalists will come from that first heat.
So Sarah, no, one more attempt, 3:10 for her. So again, all the results up as soon as the action is over on live.athleticsIreland.ie. So, well, there's been very little racing this summer, Bashir. There's been some great times posted by some of the Irish athletes, both at home and abroad. It just maybe shows will athletes change their way of running next year and maybe race less, train more. Like we saw Nadia Power there put 2 fantastic 800 metres back to back, with that 2:01:01 being her best. I think puts her 7th on the all-time list and under 23 record. Tom Barr at the minute just opened up his season the other night at 50.3, so he'll be looking to get into the 49s. I think it's tonight he's racing, or this afternoon.
I dare say Kerry McGean will be out there as again trying to perhaps get another Irish record.
So we go back to the pole vault. Final jump at 3:10 for Sarah Zia Buckley. Can she get over and move to 3:20? So Georgina Drum there, not even giving these 400 metre hurdlers any break, getting them straight to the podium. So Sarah, she'll still have time on the clock to maybe have another go. So confirmation there. Mayo O'Connell, St. Coleman South Mayo takes bronze 108.88. And Charlotte Burke from Drum South Dublin, silver and 105.54. And then the champion Sarah O'Toole from Galway City Harriers 104.88. So national record is Nessa Millets at 59.00, who won the national senior title earlier this year. So Sarah, pole vault 310, no. So that's Sarah's last jump in the competition. Next out will be the junior men at 5 to 4 for their 400 meter hurdles. So we're down at the decathlon pole or javelin.
I think that's due up at 4 o'clock. I'll just check my timetable.
Oh, in the junior men's decathlon, we've into the third round here. We'll just see who launched that one out. That looks to be around 41, 42 meters there. That may be Joseph McAvoy from Nina Olympic. So a red flag, not going to be measured. His best throw 43.69. So he is leading that at the moment. Next best throw was Diarmuid O'Connor from Bandon with 40.54 in the second round. And then Tristan Chambers has a 34.83 in the third round, and Dylan Chambers, also Bandon, the two brothers, with a best of 33.45 in the second round. So back to the pole vault. And it's
320.
Una Bryce. So no height has stopped her so far. Clear at 3 meters and 310 first attempt. First attempt 320. So gets herself into the right frame of mind, talks to herself. Again, Andrew Lynham trying to get into the screenshot. He just seems to know where the TV is going to be. Come on, Una. Yeah. Oh, she just touched it, but it stayed on. So she is going to make a competition of it with Orla Coffey, the two of them. So Orla will be up now for her first attempt at 3 meters 20. So Orla Coffey will be next up. You can just see her with still the tracksuit top on.
Conditions here are still almost ideal, just a gentle breeze.
So it looks like Orla Coffey may not be good in at the next height at 330, and it might be Una Bryce again. Indeed it is. So not much rest for Una. First time clearance 320, and now she's attempting 330. Nope. He just hit that with the shins on the way up. And now Orla Coffey comes out for her first attempt. So it looks like she is going to go at 330 as well. Orla Coffey's dominated juvenile and junior pole vaulting for the last number of years.
Starting blocks. 5. They wouldn't be the full start ones. They're just starting blocks. No. I think the
Pedal bit.
So just wait for Erla Coffey. First attempt, 3 meters 30.
power supply cable that was hired out, and they got 500 quid off as a real thing.
Wow.
So plenty of prep here. So Erla Coffey, the bar pole raised, gets herself ready. 3 meters 30. Makes it look very, very easy. So she moves into the lead. First time clearance, 3 meters 30. Rena Bryce will have 2 more attempts at 3 meters 30.
See where it is you go, if we folded through the double doors to where the normal stores are, there's toilets that you go to the left for anybody who's out using facilities. Or the end of that, there's a store.
There's another store in the front, the corner at the back of the gym, down the steps and down there.
Yes, you're in the back right. Yeah. So I'm just going to be
It's just one race in the men's 400 meters hurdles. They're making their way out. That'll be off shortly as Una Bryce steps back onto the tartan for her second attempt at 3 meters 30. So our clubmate Sarah Zia Buckley safe with the bronze medal from her best jump of 3 meters. Oh, and she gets over that
Good
to the
speed,
left-hand
good
side.
flow.
Yeah, that was a good jump there. So she keeps the competition live. But Erla Coffey with that first-time clearance 3:30. She is in the lead. The bar now go to 3:40. Our 400-meter hurdlers, the junior men's, getting their blocks ready. We have 6 athletes. And from the outside, we have Philip Amisore from Tala AC in lane 7. Jeffrey Joy O'Regan from Sunhill Harriers, the winner of the high jump, with that 196. Rory Arda from Lekela is in lane 6. Owen Sharkey, Tara Connell is in 5. Ben Hughes Dunboyne is in 4. And then in lane 3, Conor Hode from Galway City Harriers. So Galway City Harriers taking the junior women's 400 metre hurdles. Can they make it a double? Tom Barr,
Fine.
national record holder here, 50.06. Jeez, you would have thought Tom would have been in the 49s at that age. He must be
That's
disappointed with
rolling.
himself.
That is rolling.
No wonder he's gone on and had a crap career.
So Thomas Barr is going to be getting chased all the way down the track. I dare say in the next few years there will be a change of guard, but we will see.
It says a few years left in the
Oh,
the
for
old
sure,
dog yet.
for sure. I quite often think that the aging process is really down to how well you look after yourself, and those that look after themselves tend to last a little bit longer. I often think of the likes of Kim Collins, who kept going well into his 40s, and of course that man from the USA in the 5,000 metres and the 1,500. Man, his name escapes me. Can you remember?
Bernard Legat.
That's the man.
Geez, you put me under pressure there, I tell you.
I could see the
all
steam
I was
coming
thinking,
out of your
all I
ears.
was thinking of ages and Tom Barr's grey hair since he's about 20.
Yeah, Legat. That's a hell of a runner in his 40s. As was Gabriel Alessi, for that matter. And of course our very own Tommy Hughes, who set another world record yesterday up at
71 minutes for half marathon over 60.
absolutely. And,
5:30 mile pace.
and you know, we did the
Incredible.
WAVA age group rankings on that one, and that was the equivalent time of 58:30 for the half marathon if he was running as a young man.
Yeah, although he did run as a young man and was a top quality marathon runner even back in the day, but he's just done nothing but smash records all season. I think he's everything nearly from the 5,000 up at this stage.
I think I saw him beaten for the first time, I think, this year in the indoors at the 1500, but he also won the 3000 that day.
Orla Coffey, 3 metres 40. Takes her a while to get herself composed before she starts her run up. Probably be another 30 seconds before that bar goes up in the air.
I think when we're on this one, I know Alan McCartney did 395 yesterday, so whether that was a national record yesterday. She just failed at 406 yesterday.
Yeah, great to see the pole vault become so popular in recent years. Very few facilities for them to be able to train, but Orla Coffey now will get her attempt in before Cyril Smythe calls them to their marks. He's just done that. So we'll move to the hurdles as Orla still gets herself ready. So Hode in 3, Hughes 4, Sharkey 5, Ardif 6, Jai O'Regan in 7 and Amisori in 8. Oh, Cyril makes them stand up. So Orla has time to do her pole vault as she goes. Nice, easy, clear at 3 metres 40.
Tentative, and she forced that body over, perhaps back to front, but all the same, they all count. She cleared the bar, 340.
Yeah, first time clearances all the way from 3 metres. Una Bryce will have 2 more attempts at 340. So our starters have a little confab together. Tom Thompson down there is the official starter. Yesterday up in Mary Peters, down here today. Cyril Smythe takes no messing.
Looks like an electronic fiddle.
Brendan McDade trying to see what's going on here, trying to keep this competition going. Whatever is wrong, we'll blame Andrew Lynham anyway. He's bound to have had a hand in it. Una Bryce looks around to see will she have time for her pole vault. Looks as though she will. Cyril puts the headphones down, comes down off as we stand. Something wrong there at the starting timing. As Una Bryce, second attempt, 3 metres 40. Come on, Una. Oh, lovely clearance that one, Bashir.
That's the way it should be done. Belly to the bar, as they say.
So Cyril makes his way up to talk to somebody or something. Tom Thompson then overtakes him just for the photo finish there. So whatever Tom's doing with the lead. So a bit of a lull here when we try and sort out our technical problems.
Dare say, Jeffy, Jai O'Regan will appreciate that. Yeah, a slightly longer recovery after his recent high jump exploits.
And he should have no problem getting over the hurdles anyway. At 196 to win the high jump. Una Bryce is out on her runway for her first attempt at 350. So it looks as though our starters making their way back to their positions. Looks like it's all under control again. I'm going to do a gun test first. So Una Bryce most likely will get her jump in before these boys start. No. Cyril's called them to their blocks. Una Bryce. First attempt 350. Oh, good attempt. But like 330 and 340 failed at the first time of asking. So away we go. One race in the men's 400 metres, and Philip Omisori out in lane 8. Out fast, big, long, rangy stride from Jeffrey Joy O'Regan. Tyrconnell's own Sharky was right on the inside. Ben Hughes, it looks like. No, it's actually Conor Hode from Galway City Harriers. He's got the lead. He's eaten up all the staggers on the outside of him. So Conor Hode must be 10, 15, 20 metres clear. Nobody else has jumped the barriers. They're all only jumping the barriers now, and he's nearly on to his fourth last one. So into the home straight. This is going to be a massive lead here. So in lane 3. Oh, lovely over the hurdles there. The Galway City Harriers. Conor Hode absolutely storming away with it. He's across that. It's going to be a double for Galway City Harriers in the men's and the women's. And then it's Tyrconnell's own Sharky in second. Then Jeffrey Joy O'Regan adds a bronze to his gold in the high jump. 56.78. So very impressive there by Conor Hode.
And we're just getting a replay.
Take us through that there now, Bashir.
He's looking a little bit ragged in my eyes. He's definitely full of lactate there, but he's enjoying the victory. He's worked his socks off, and perhaps that's why he's working so hard, so he could celebrate like that. But it was a great result all the same.
Yeah, he looked pretty wrecked there coming on to the last one, but he still held it for the technique over the last hurdle, in fairness to him. Orla Coffey, meanwhile, first time failure at 350. So can Una Bryce put the pressure back onto Orla? So straight to the podium for the boys. That Georgina Drum lady takes no messing. So the time 56.78 for Conor Hode. Owen Sharkey 59.24, and then Jeffrey Joy O'Regan 59.92. Ben Hughes in fourth with 1 minute .63. And then Rory Ardiff 104.50, and Philip Omisori from Tala in 105.25. So Jeffrey Joy won the high jump, but he could hardly get himself up onto the third place podium there. And then Owen Sharkey from Tyrconnell in second, and then Conor Hode from Galway City Harriers. $56.78. So second attempt for Una Bryce in the pole vault. What's your bets, Bashir? Yeah or nay?
On this pole vault, speed. Last 6 steps have got to be the fastest. Accelerate and drive and push that pole forwards. And keep hold of the pole for as long as possible.
So she'll have one more go.
That was an example of keeping hold of that pole. So you fall down slowly. Okay, if you're going to fail, then fair enough, you fail, but fall down slowly. But if you let go of the pole too early,
you're going to fail spectacularly, huh?
Well, that's the point I'm making. If you fail spectacularly, you might hurt yourself. That's why you keep hold of the pole for as long as possible. But it's turning out to be a cracking competition, this pole vault. And yeah, I'm sure they've seen the result from the Ulster Championships yesterday and Ellen McCartney's performance. But I know I was chatting to Ellen's coach, Jim Alexander, and he was saying he thinks she's got a 4:10 in her, but she's no good if it doesn't come out in competition. She's got to do it, and I think competitions might just be over for now after today.
Orla Coffey. Second attempt, 350. All the way up from Carrick Navarre.
Looking at those flags on the far side, and I think there's a fairly strong crosswind at the moment, probably 2 or 3 metres a second.
So this height well within her range. But looking a bit nervous.
I see the spectators have taken to using helicopters.
It's one of the rescue helicopters there. Looks like it's going to come in somewhere pretty close by to here. Orla Coffey, second attempt, 3 metres 50.
Like it.
Oh,
I like
yeah,
it.
she's over. Touched it.
I like the way she waited, she hung back. I was chatting to Jim Alexander about this, and he says the key to the pole vault is that when you lean, you rock back, you've just got to hang on and wait, and I think that was exactly what Jim was telling me yesterday.
So we're going to have a look at that again. Talk us through it, Bashir, because I haven't a clue what you're saying.
Okay, I'm just watching her go for this. Driving fastest at the end, pushing that pole forwards, and it just seemed like she just hung and paused in the air, and that's important because what's happening then is that the pole is unflexing, and it's the pole that drives you up, and as it unflexes, you've just got to get your timing right to use your arms to push off that pole, push up and push over the bar, and that was pretty textbook there.
Yeah, you could see she was well happy with it. Big smile afterwards. Took her time getting off the mat.
I think for me the interesting thing there was such a distraction with that helicopter, but it was like she was in the zone and she didn't hear it. She just cracked on with it. And I actually thought she was going to wait till the helicopter had cleared off.
Yeah, so let's see, is there still a competition made of it as Una Bryce comes up for her final attempt at 350. So this to try and keep the fight for the gold medal. So final attempt at 350 for Una Bryce from Leeville. Always takes that little trademark look to the right. Looks back, goes again, looks back. Pole in the air. Just going through the motions.
Game on. Game on indeed. But
Right, talk us through this one now as she sets off, please.
Una Bryce going through those pre-event routines to get the mindset right. For me, that'd be a little bit of visualization, rhythm, focusing on a couple of processes, drives, hangs, pushes. So that boat just pole just veered off slightly to the left.
It's going to be a best of 340 for Una Bryce. So it'll be interesting to see now what Orla Coffey asked the pole to go to.
Yeah. Now I was just thinking as that pole just veered off a little bit to the left, whether she had enough speed to drive into that. Because usually we want the pole to go straight up, not to the side. So whether that was down to her timing and how she worked the pole while she was rocking back, or whether it was down to not having enough speed, I think I'll have to consult with either Jim Alexander or the other guys I was chatting to on the pole vault yesterday would be David Doherty, who's involved with the Ulster schools, and Graham Moffat too. So there were 4 of us there, or at least 4 of us down on the pole vault at the Ulster Championships yesterday. So it's up to 360, the pole vault.
So one competitor left, Orla Coffey, Carrick Navarre, as our junior women 800 metre athletes come from the call room up to the start area. So two of these girls, Amy Head, 2:07 last year as an under 17, majestic in winning the 1500 metres last week and 4:25 a personal best. And then Ava O'Connor, just slowly but surely making her way up. As I said, she ran Tullamore Harriers mile record, 4:55.6 on Friday night. So a race 2 days ago on her legs, 2:11 for an 800, 4:30 or 4:31 for a 1500. She gives it everything in every race. These two girls only under 18 still. So the first and second in last week's 1500 metres toe the line in the 800 today. So good field, which is great to see. So Maeve O'Neill also going to be well in contention here from Doheny AC. Sarah Hosey from Duneen's also had a really good season, so good racing prospect here. But the standout athlete with 2:07.74 from last year, Amy Head from Newport AC.
That was a fairly solid attempt there in the pole vault by Orla Coffey. It's first attempt at 360. She'll get 2 more attempts. I dare say they may come after this exciting 800 metres that's just about to get underway.
So that's Amy Head in our shot, going through the motions. We used to always be able to see Amy with the long pink socks, but she's decided she needs those no longer. They were thrown aside last year. So been so dominant at this age group. Juveniles, this is our second year into the junior ranks under 18. Probably won our age group in and out 6 or 7 national cross country championships. Both herself and Ava at the European Youth Olympics last year. Amy in the 800, Ava in the 1500. So the field, from lane 8, Karen Hayes from Rathoath. In lane 7, Ruby Steuven, only under 17, from Tullamore Harriers. Faye Dervin from Tala AC. Sarah Hosey Duneen is in 5. Amy Head Newport is in 4. Eva O'Connor, Tullamore Harriers in 3. Maeve O'Neill, Doheny AC in 2. And Sophie Jackman, St. Senans in lane 1.
Over the years. She's not there today, though, is she? And this Newport athlete.
So two Tullamore Harrier athletes, Ruby Steuven and Eva O'Connor. And then a big monster contingent here with Sarah Hosey and Amy Head, Maeve O'Neill. Faye Dervin's been running very well in the last 12 months or so. Sophie Jackman, always competitive, both from 400 metres right up to cross country. And then Karen Hayes, probably the oldest athlete in this field, probably only under 19 as well. So it's the younger junior athletes putting it up to the older ones.
So the calm before the storm of an 800. These athletes just pacing themselves up and down. I think they've got a couple more minutes to go yet. So
it'll be interesting to see, does Ava O'Connor take this on, make it a fast pace, make Amy Head work and see what they've got up the home straight. Look out for Maeve O'Neill, fast finishing. No, Sarah Lane. It's the other standout junior athlete over 800 this year. Ran a 2:09 earlier in the season, but she's not in the final here today.
I think I hear one of these athletes used to be a former swimmer.
Well, that's Amy Head, yeah.
I think that'd be the one. Yeah.
So I actually remember a couple of years ago Sarah Healy up in Belfast running that 2:02.76 for the national record. Unbelievable run that night. So away we go, 2 laps to the track. Let's see what sort of tactics are used here. It looks like Amy Head has gone out a bit harder than Ava O'Connor, and it's Amy Head, it looks like, is going to be in the lead. Amy Head from Newport AC, Ava O'Connor, and the two of them few metres lead. Sophie Jackman then on the inside, then Maeve O'Neill from Doheny. So let's see what they go through the first 200 in here. So 30-31 for 200 metres. These girls know how to hurt, know how to run fast. 67 first lap Amy Head ran in the 4:25 last week. Just put it up to them. But Ava O'Connor, unbelievable competitor. She will give it absolutely everything. If there's nothing left in those legs at 100 metres, she doesn't care. She is just prepared to take it on. So Ava O'Connor just moves up onto the shoulder of Amy Head. Maeve O'Neill then in 3rd place. Then Doheny. So it was about 64 at the bell, so they've slowed it down slightly. But there's just those maybe 2 metres lead. Amy Head, she moved away from the field on the last lap last week, and she's beginning to open up a bit of a gap now over the rest of the field down that back straight. Just over 250 metres to go. She just looks absolutely majestic here. Beautiful style of running. So she's going through 200 metres. She just looks to be getting faster and faster with every stride. Through 600 and 136. Ava O'Connor in about 138, and then there's going to be a good battle for 3rd place between Deneen Sarah Hosey and Maeve O'Neill. Faye Derby starting to come through.
I would say Ava's not safe in 2nd yet.
Yeah, it's going to be, but this is dominant again this week by Amy Head. She's been dogged with injury over the last couple of years, but really back to her best. There is no doubt about it. Amy Head, and look at this. In 3rd place, Maeve O'Neill just getting the better of Ava O'Connor. Very fast finish, but 2:08.45. Probably 2 even laps. 64s probably both times. Fantastic run there.
I think I was tipped off by Matt Lockett that Maeve might have a heck of a finish, and so it proved for that
Yeah, so she
silver medal performance.
So she did. She came up very strong from 150 to go, but very hard to take your eyes off the champion Amy Head there. So 64-64, 4th I think last week or 2 weeks ago in the National Senior Championships.
It's not often we see even splits. 64 first lap and
So
a 64 to
You
finish.
see it here. Just every stride moves away from the field. Looks still pretty composed. So not far off our personal best there. Only
Great
about half a
technique
second
as
off
well.
our PB. But look at the distance. And the Maeve O'Neill, fast finishing Maeve O'Neill from Ava O'Connor. There'll be fast times for those two girls as well. So we'll try and get you those results as soon as they come up on the live stream.
Yeah, I think those performances would be a credit to the coaches who've worked with them over the years, and certainly through lockdown to help them to those performances, and obviously some great execution there. And like I say, some PBs, some outstanding performances on a great day down here at the Morton Stadium in Santry.
So it looks like could be a PB for Maeve O'Neill as well. 2:11.65 in 2nd place. 2:08.43 for Amy Head. So just over 3 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. Good run by Ava O'Connor. Not too far outside her PB of 2:11 with a 2:12.27. And then Sarah Hosey with 2:13.02.
And it looks like during the course of that 800 metres, the women's pole vault has completed, and Ola Coffey will have had a winning jump there. And I'm just consulting the results. We probably missed her final jump with the 800 being on, but it was Ola Coffey with the best of 350 that won it. Una Bryce with the best of 340 in second place from Leavale. And in third place, another one from Leavale with 3 metres, Sarah Seabuckley.
So next up then will be the junior men's 800 metres. Lewis O'Loughlin will be trying to be as dominant, I think, as Amy Head there. He's shown good form so far this season, but he won't have it all his own way. See, Dylan McBride didn't run yesterday, I don't think, did he, up in the Ulster Northern Irish Championships? We just see him racing up past the finish area here. That's one man that you will see him flat. There he is as he goes past. You tend to see him as soon as he crosses the track. He is flat on his back, nothing left in the tank after any race.
That's a man who knows how to work hard.
Well, there's Lewis O'Loughlin, the Denore Harriers athlete. 150.01, I think, is his PB. Just hasn't got into the 149 ranks, but it's only a matter of time. Saw him at the All-Ireland Schools cross country last year in Santry. He got the laps wrong, went from about 6th to 1st in about 400 metres, and then when he came around, he only realised he had another lap to go, but hung on. So confirmed as they get on the podium here, that was a championship record for Amy Head in the 800 metres. So brilliant running by Amy, brilliant weekend to add to last weekend's 1500 metres. So Eva O'Connor, been a good season for Eva. She ran a 2:11 at the Leakela meet, the day of lockdown for the 3 counties. Had to race home. Then Maeve O'Neill from Doheny AC in second place. With a 2:11. And Amy Head, 4:25 last week, 2:08 this week, championship record, the dominant middle distance athlete in junior athletics. Still has the pink socks, but not the long ones, I notice. So still pink is the colour.
I'd like to think gold is the colour, because I think that's the main thing, isn't it? Gold all over for most of this year, I would have thought.
Absolutely. Good racing prospect here now. Going to be pretty competitive for the medals. I still think Lewis will have whatever anyone else has and more, but could be very, very competitive for silver and bronze. Now, I could very well be wrong, but I don't think anybody in 150 shape. So the field from the outside: in lane 8, Rory Prendeville from Emerald AC. In lane 7, Dylan McBride, Willowfield Harriers. In lane 6, we've Finn Wooger from Metro St Bridget and Oisin Davis from Crockwell. In lane 5, Jake Bagg from Ferrybank AC. Lane 4, Brian Martin from Mullingar Harriers and Barry Murphy from Galway City Harriers. In lane 3, Lewis O'Loughlin from Denore Harriers. In lane 2, non-starter and Ted Collins from Nina Olympic. And in lane 1, Kelvin O'Carroll from Duneen. So our national record here held by Mark English back in 2012, 1:45.77. He went on to run 1:44.84, just 0.02 of a second outside Dave Matthews' national record then. And then it's St Malachy's AC, Colin McLean, with the championship record of 1:51.60 back in 1999.
So just looking at these heat results as a recap, and all the fastest losers came from heat 1 that Dylan McBride led.
So Tom Thompson gets them underway. So it looks like it will be Lewis O'Loughlin from Denore Harriers, and then right on the outside Dylan McBride has him down as Willowfield Harriers, but I actually think he might be City of Lisburn now, and that looks like a City of Lisburn singlet. And then Jake Bagg from Ferrybank in 3rd place. I don't rule him out, so they're just beginning to all open up a little bit of a gap over Rory Prendeville from Emerald AC. About 27-28 through the first 200 metres. And it's Lewis O'Loughlin, Jake Bagg, Dylan McBride, Rory Prendeville into the home straight, 341.42. So he's going to make this a fast one. Lewis O'Loughlin, Denore Harriers. Jake Bagg says he's going to make him work for it. So Lewis O'Loughlin, he's through in 56 point. Jake Bagg behind him, then Dylan McBride, then Rory Prendeville, then Galway City Harriers Barry Murphy. But you can see Lewis O'Loughlin, he's trying to push it on, but Jake Bagg is hanging in there. There's no doubt about that. 110 through 500 metres. Down the back straight, the pace picks up. Jake Bagg seems to have whatever Lewis O'Loughlin has at the moment. 250 to go. Lewis O'Loughlin, we'll see what the split is at 600 metres. But this is a great run by Jake Bagg, 123 at 600 metres. This is going to be some race into the home straight. Jake Bagg is really putting it up to Lewis O'Loughlin. So the Ferrybank man from the Denore Harriers man. So Lewis O'Loughlin into the home straight. Jake Bagg just in behind him. Still only 1 or 2 metres between them. So will Jake Bagg move out to the outside? It looks as though Lewis O'Loughlin's going to have enough here to take this one. Lewis O'Loughlin from Denore Harriers. Jake Bagg trying to keep it going. He's absolutely wrecked, but he's really put it up to him. What a brilliant run. Look at that. 150.94. So again, probably a negative split there. Dylan McBride in 3rd place in City of Lisburn. Jake Bagg delighted with that. That's going to be a big PB for him. I think 153 could be his PB. So Amy Head can get a championship record in the women's, but Lewis O'Loughlin steps up, takes that 1999 championship record, absolutely annihilates it. Was 151.60, and he's ran 150.94.
Wow.
So
that
windy
was
conditions.
some race.
But 2 great 800 metres. But Jake Bagg really made Lewis O'Loughlin work for that there. So he really put it up to him.
Yeah, that was very, very impressive. And Lewis O'Loughlin is definitely in fine fettle right now, and I know he'll be itching to improve that still further.
Fantastic to be able to run even splits. About 55 at the bell, 150 at the finish. Same Amy Head, 64 and 64. Not easy to run even pace or negative splits. But Jake Bagg really pushed him on there. So going back now to the pole vault results. So Sarah Zia Buckley collects her bronze medal from Leevale. So Bryce then from Leevale in 2nd place. And then Orla Coffey from Carrick Navarre. So 350 the winning jump there. So the times there, Lewis O'Loughlin 150.93, so just rounded down by 100th of a second. Jake Bagg PB 151.85, he'd be delighted with that. Dylan McBride then at 157.24. So first 4 athletes under 2 minutes. Rory Prendeville just sneaking under it at 159.92. So here we are into the home straight. Look at the work that Lewis O'Loughlin's had to put in. He knew Jake Bagg was after him. He just then began to open up a gap there over the last 50 metres, but he was under serious pressure for that first 750. So brilliant run by the 2 boys.
And again, credit to the coaches for putting the work in with those guys and holding great technique to the end.
So not easy to go straight to your medal presentation after a race like that. I've seen so many athletes have a little barrier. Normally the Athletics Ireland thing is behind you there, where you can go behind and have a wee spit to yourself, you know. come back out. As a junior athlete, in third place, he'll be happy with that medal. Jake Bagg, unbelievable run, really put it up to Lewis. And let's see, can he get up onto the podium? Yes, he can. The champion, Lewis O'Loughlin from Donore Harriers. Really popular athlete. Turns up, races as much as he can, loves to race. So 2 magical 800 metres. 2 championship records.
Yeah, and I look forward to the future. I don't know if those other guys will manage to get another 800 metre middle distance racing before the season is out, but I'm sure that there'll be a few people there looking to push their PBs further. And Lewis certainly looks like he's ready to roll for a PB. Talking about the changing of the guard earlier in the day about the hurdlers, perhaps there may be a changing in the guard in the middle distances too. Certainly Andrew Coscaran, and of course the comeback kid Paul Robinson.
Don't know whether you can remember last year the 800 metres down in Tullamore with Lewis O'Loughlin, Keane McPhillips and Dara McElhinney, where Lewis got the better of the 2 boys up that home straight. He just did not give up, and Keane just buckled towards the end, and Lewis took it. Unbelievable race between the 3 boys. When you see Dara McElhinney running I think it was a 150 or a 151 that day as well, and we see he's gone on to win the national senior 5,000 metre title then a couple of weeks ago. So that age group been unbelievably competitive over the last number of years, and they've really pushed each other on.
That bodes well for the future, very well for the future, and I think when I look at Darryl McClinney, I often think of Mo Farah, because Mo Farah kind of showed that kind of speed, and he still has that speed, as we know, with his 3:29, 1500. But when you've got that kind of speed, you know, over 5k, you're going to be a very, very difficult person to beat.
Yeah, and Dara is coached by Steve Macklin, who went on to Pastures New over in Qatar, and then coached by Dave McCarthy after that, who went over to be Steve's assistant coach over in Qatar, and then Emmett Dunleavy now up in UCDAC, and he's continued to flourish. Still
looking
more to
good
come there. Yeah.
And where is his future? Do you think it'll be at 5,000, or he'll try and focus on the 1,500 for a couple of years?
I think he's probably 5,000 now. 510s will be the distance for him. He was the first. He broke John Tracy's 5,000 metre junior record, first athlete to go under 14 minutes. I think of 13:56 or a 54 maybe, to absolutely blow away the 14:02 from John Tracy.
And John Tracy went on to find things with that Olympic medal, and
He did all right for himself, didn't he? He did all right for himself, didn't he?
He did fine. He came out of the mud. He came out of the mud and onto the road, picked up an Olympic medal, and I was just thinking, you know, is Stephen Scullion following in his footsteps? Because he was a junior champion as well, wasn't he? Stephen Scullion, I seem to remember he started out as a steeplechaser. He's ran about a 3:41 for the 1,500, and he's moved up to the marathon. And apparently he doesn't produce much lactate, does Stephen Scullion?
No.
No, he operates his 450 mile pace at round about, I don't know, something ridiculous like 2.1 or 2.5 millimoles of lactate. He's an incredibly efficient endurance machine, is Stephen Scullion.
So next on the track, still a bit of a break. It'll be 5 o'clock before our decathlete athletes do the 1,500 metres. Again, they will all hate that 10th event of a grueling 2 days.
1,500 for the decathletes. Well, 4:36 will get you 700 points. Not sure if we get anybody that's quite up to that today, but that's the kind of points that you're looking for. To get 1,000 points in the 1,500, you'd have to run 3:53. And that'd be a world record, actually, because the fastest any decathlete has ever run over 1500 is 3:58 by a man called Robert Baker in the USA. So that's the world decathlon record for 1500.
And then our final event will be the junior men's 3,000 metres, and Tyke Donnelly will be one of the favourites in that from Drogheda District, and he ran a 6-second PB in the National Senior 1500 to run 3:53 actually. So he'd never broken 4 minutes, ran 3:59 in the heats and then 3:53 in the final the next day. So we have a very good 3,000 metres coming up to round off a great event at 5:20. Tyke beaten in the 1500 last week by Sean Donoghue in 3:58. So slower race but faster finish, and Sean Donoghue took that title. So just nothing for the next few minutes as the decathletes get themselves ready for the 1500 metres. So we'll just take a few minutes break before we come back. We should have some thrills and spills in that 1500 metres. So a bit earlier than advertised, we have the 1500 metre decathlete athletes. So tight competition here.
So the critical thing for decathletes, in my experience, and I've only ever done one, but having watched a few as well, is their ability to pace themselves, because 64 seconds feels so slow when you're a 52 second 400 metre runner. But let's see how they're operating. There's 14 points separating first and second place in this event. So 54 seconds there, that I think equates to around about 4:30 for the 1500. It's quite an impressive time for decathletes. Just going in 73, so that is right. 72 second pace, 73 seconds. And we've got all the decathletes in this. Maintaining a good rhythm at the front and a good cadence. I think that's one of the key differences between the first place runner at the moment and
So it looks like Dermot O'Connor from
second,
Bandon.
third and fourth.
Dermot O'Connor from Bandon. Going to be a solo effort here by the looks of things.
I think a bit of a lean forward here. It's almost like they're trying to get ahead of themselves.
So 2 laps to go.
Is that Joe McAvoy from Nina? Oh, is that Bandon?
And Rolla Solusa. You can see he's not enjoying that.
2:30 at 800. So there is some slowing down here at the front. And we've got a clear second place here as they chase down the points.
So then we've Tristan and Dylan Chambers coming through with 2 laps to go. But their clubmate, Dermot O'Connor, is probably 200 metres clear of them. So it's actually a pretty impressive 1500 metre running from the decathlete.
Yeah, it's very impressive this. I think that
got
we could get a laps athlete
100
here.
metres of a lead. So he'll come up, get the bell. So complete solo effort for Dermot
That's an
O'Connor.
impressive performance. 3:26 at the bell. I think he's on for these 700 points we talked about earlier. That's a heck of a score. Tristan Chalmers coming up to the bell.
And then Rolla Solusa moves into 3rd place on his own.
Loose hits the bell. And that would be Dermot O'Connor hitting the bell. So
Joseph McAvoy then just in behind Rolla Solusa. But into
and
the home
this is
straight.
an incredible finish for a decathlete.
Going to say he's probably 160, 170 metres clear.
I'd say this is one of
In
the best
fact,
decathlete.
He's 200 metres clear. He's half a track. It's a bit like the indoor cycling.
That is some performance.
4:30.41.
My, I've not seen that for a long time.
He let a shed out of him there. Give it absolutely everything. Chased the clock on his own. 4:30.41. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Look, he can hardly stand. Oh, absolutely everything on a solo effort.
Wow. I think that was a 64 last lap, you know. That was a 64 last lap. That was, wow.
Class.
Unreal.
So then we have our 2 Nina Olympic athletes. So just, you can see how knackered they are as they come across. So
Probably a lot of lactating there.
There's another lap to go for one of our athletes. The two brothers, Tristan and Dylan Chambers, come around past the water jump. So let's see, do they race each other up that home straight? Yeah, no love lost there.
It ain't over.
Oh, jeez. I love you, bro, but sorry.
Yeah. We're here
Who's
to
going to get this?
be entertained. Oh, yes.
Oh, my goodness. I think Tristan may just have got it from Dylan there.
That's a great finish.
Don't even speak to each other. That'll be a quiet car on the way home.
So I'm just looking at these overall scores in the senior men's
So
decathlon.
200 to go for Michael Healy from Youghal.
Michael
I
Healy.
can guarantee you this is one of his least favourite events. I'm just taking a...
Off his body language.
Just have that thought in my head.
I think the other thing I'm thinking is whether he's carrying an injury. That could be the other thing after 9 previous events.
Maybe just
The body takes a heck of a beating.
hating running distance events. So Michael Healy, the boys all cheering him on, in fairness, all the other decathletes. So he comes up into the home straight. So come on, you can break that 7:30. So the boys, great camaraderie there as Michael Healy crosses the line. Thank you very much.
That's a gladiator's performance there. So Michael's, in terms of his points, he's up to 4,656 before the 1,500. Rolla Salusa is on 5,931 before the 1,500. And Mark Turney was on 3,887 with his 1,500 metre points to be added.
So a final event of a really enjoyable programme will be that junior men's 3,000 metres, but they're not due off till 5:20. I'm sure they'll try and get them off a little bit earlier than that.
And just
So I can see Lewis O'Loughlin down talking to the lads saying it was a walk in the park. Felt it dead easy the whole way through. Never in doubt. Telling everybody how he ran a 150 last year, not a bother on him. Oh. Some boy.
that was a heck of a race. And just updating on the
So we'll take another look at Dermot O'Connor. Just passing Tristan, I think it was there. Absolutely giving it everything to the line. Point after point after point being gained there. That's all he's thinking about is the extra points in the bag.
14 points he needed, and I have no doubt he's made it by a long way. He's probably won
Probably
that
by 140
yeah,
in the end.
yeah.
So let's have another look at the two brothers into the home straight. Look at that. So Tristan behind Dylan thinking he has it, and then Dylan's going, oh my God, he's coming after me, he's trying to keep an eye out as to whether he gets him, and then just at the line, Tristan takes it on him, robbed it from him.
Now that was
Brotherly
100
love. Brotherly
points
love,
difference going into that
Makes
final
no odds.
straight.
You come across the line final race and I've beaten you.
Yeah, 100 points difference. I think the result will still stand that Tristan will get the bronze in that event, and Dylan will be fourth with Dermot O'Connor with the 6,000. His final scores are in now. 6,807 points for Dermot O'Connor to win the junior men's decathlon. Joseph McAvoy was second with 6,558 points. Tristan Chambers 4,137, and Dylan Chambers 4,009. Senior men's decathlon totals. They're now in, and Rolus Alusa was the winner with 6,400 points. Second place was Michael Healy with 4,683 points, and third place Mark Turney with 4,385 points. After 10 events over 2 days on a beautiful day in Santry.
So we're into our final races of the day. 2 races in the junior men's 3,000 metres. So massive field here, which is great to see. There are 20 athletes in the first race. They're all over there now, going to get called into their positions. So again, the 2 races done on times. So we'll call out who's going to be in the first race. So starting with James Bolton from Denore Harriers, Jared Murray, Tala, Marcus Clark, Rathoth, Marcus O'Sullivan, Raheny Shamrock, that's a great name, Niall Murphy, Ennis Track, Oisin Murray, Unreact, Patrick Hickey, Rathfarnham WSAF, Ross McGuinness, Crockwell, Seamus Anderson, Trim AC, Sean Flynn, Raheny Shamrock, Aidan Burke, Waterford AC, Anthony Boyle, Crockwell, Keane Coyne, Galway City Harriers, Kieran McNamee, Yall, Daniel O'Brien, Lusk, Dermot McRicard from Raheny Shamrock, Owen Farrell, Carrick on Shannon, Owen Finn, Raheny Shamrock, Owen Richards, St Cocas, and Gavin Curtin, Denore Harriers. So 20 athletes last year in this first one. Most likely the 3 medals will come from the second heat, but let's see, can any of these guys just take it on and try and run, I suppose, personal bests. That's all they can really hope for. So great to see, massive field.
Yeah, for sure. I think one of the other things to bear in mind as well is in this lockdown, there are some people that have come on leaps and bounds, and sometimes they might not have had a fast time, but it may be they've spent this lockdown applying themselves a little bit more thoroughly to their endurance work, and we might see a surprise. So keep your fingers crossed.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's not a bad thing, because it'll put the next race, keep them on the toes, so they'll make it a good, honest race.
Yeah, so I see one of the boys, Owen Richards from St Cocas, himself and his brother Thomas Richards, the last couple of years have got really big into it. Their mother, Karen O'Hanlon, is a previous Irish schools champion and has represented Ireland a few times at distance events. And then their uncle is the great Gary O'Hanlon, who I don't think he'll mind me saying is 46 years of age and ran a 66-minute half marathon up in Larne yesterday. So great pedigree, these boys, and they're really only beginning to come into their own. So Owen is in this first race.
Yeah. Couple of big fields here.
Well, 20 in the first race and 20 in the second race, like 40 declared athletes. So doing well to even get it into 2 races.
The weather's looking good for it, so I'm sure we're going to see some personal best performances, which is always good to see.
So they're starting to get themselves into position here.
I dare say a lot of these people are in the process of getting ready for change, starting university, having just got the Leaving Cert results. So it's quite a big week for them.
Yeah, it's been a strange year for a lot of these boys and girls. A lot of them going into 6th year, going into the unknown, haven't been at school for 6 months. A lot of them starting university, whether it'll be online or offline. So can't imagine what university would have been like for me if I wasn't able to get out every night and go hammer and tongs at the drinking, you know.
Yeah, it's gonna be different, that is for sure. And I think even the lifestyle in terms of how much you can move around now, because I think you have to be rooted to where you sit.
Well, one thing's for sure, as a student I wouldn't have had the €9 for the food anyway. So they'll start in 2 lots. So they'll break, you'll see the cones all the way around the first bend, and then when they come into the home straight, they'll cross in together. So first race away, Bashir with the stopwatch, ever the professional. I'll just rely on the clock at the finish.
I always find it interesting to see how the pacers go and how they pan out. Just, it's all well and good going off hard, but how does that affect your final part of the race when the business end of it comes down? and they're all looking at each other. Who's it going to be at the front?
Looks like on React's Oisin Murray to the front. So as I said, I was here on Friday night with the Dave Matthews organised Morton Live, and on React must have had 7 or 8 athletes up from Kerry for that, and Riverstick Kinsale had a few athletes up, so they all travelled up on Friday, the long journey. So the Kerry colours of React leads them out. Number 47, Oisin Murray.
That looks like a good honest pace from here. 33
Yeah,
seconds.
it's a decent
through the
first lap.
200.
What are they going to be, 68, 69?
70.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. 68, 69. Yeah.
So the field, as you can see, strung out. That's a decent first lap. So a lot of these guys will be out to prove that they potentially should have been in the next race. So they'll be
Absolutely,
looking
yeah.
at their times against their times in the next race. And Oisin Murray is not holding back here. I can see now Owen Richards from St. Coca's now just on his shoulder. And then Niall Murphy from Ennis Track. So Ennis Track, great tradition and distance running, and we'll see Dean and Dylan Casey actually in the next race. The two twins. Then Denore Harriers, Gavin Curtin then just has moved himself into 4th place there. Looks like from Marcus Clark from Rathoath probably then in 5th. And Aidan Burke from Waterford in 6th.
But it looks
So
like a
let's
good
see.
pace.
Yeah, so it looks as though it'll be 220-ish. So he's bang on the...
You're right there.
That's
yeah.
probably a 71-second lap.
Yeah, that's what, 8:35 pace thereabouts.
Yeah, so let's get an indication when they go through the finish,
Maybe
what sort of pace they're
8:45.
at. So 6 or 7 athletes just beginning to pull a little bit clear. Then that's James Bolton from Denore Harriers just at the back. So he'd be into his first year of his junior. James, brilliant little juvenile athlete over the years. He used to be Metro St. Bridget, and his younger sister, Emily Bolton, was one of the most impressive athletes at cross country I saw. I think she won, I'm going to say, the under 12 and under 13 national cross country titles, probably by 100 metres. So impressive. Just didn't get, did you get the
Yeah,
One
2:57 at 1K.
2:57, right? So like we're on sub 9 minute pace. 6 of them just away from Thomas Bolton. But the other Denore Harrier athlete, Gavin Curtin, leads out that group just in behind our leader, Oisin Murray. And then Owen Richards from St. Coca's in 2nd place. Ratho's Marcus Clark then just takes closer order. So these 6, nothing between them. Thomas Bolton 5, 6, 7 metres probably behind them.
I'm thinking the pace may have slowed a little the way it concertinaed a little bit there. But sometimes a good thing about being out in front is you can just stick to your rhythm and just grind it out, and some people are really good at that.
Yeah.
And
Let me
number-
He looks
Oisin Murray.
more than happy to push this on. Marcus Clark in 2nd place, Owen Richards in 3rd. So 4:12, yeah, that was about a 75-second lap there.
Looks like they're going to hit halfway now. Probably around about 4:30, so they're just bang on 9-minute
Yeah.
pace now.
Yeah,
They
there
have
we are,
dropped well.
4:29, 4:30. So it has slowed a little bit. They were on about 8:52, 8:53 pace. But the field is beginning to get strung out. Ennis Track's Niall Murphy just trying to keep himself on the back of that group, as is Gavin Curtin from Denore Harriers. So Gavin just in 5th place there, but the leader from the start, happy to take it on. Oisin Murray from Unreact, Marcus Clark from Rathoath in 2nd place, Owen Richards 3rd. Waterford's Aidan Burke in 4th. So it's 5 of them now beginning to move clear.
See one or two tired-looking faces there, just hanging on to that pace.
1200 to go. So let's see what they split when they get down past the 200 metre mark. So up on the hill there we can hear Lewis O'Loughlin shouting on Gavin Curtin, telling them to keep working, get in behind, stay with that group. But just at the front,
Is that another
Oisin
surge?
Murray seems to just have a couple of metres now. Owen Richards in second place still. So they are beginning to get a little bit fragmented there. So they're just going to be over 6 minutes, but 6:03 at 2000s. So they're gone to, that was like a 3:05, 3:06, yeah. And now Denor Harriers' Gavin Curtin moves himself into third place. He saw there was a gap beginning to form and he was at the back of the group. He didn't want that to happen. Oisin Murray, Owen Richards, Gavin Curtin, Aidan Burke, and then Marcus Clark. And Marcus just looks to be falling off that group. So it looks to be down to 4. Well, it's been impressive by Oisin Murray from Unreact.
It's good on his race so far.
Yeah, 2 laps to go. So it's Unreact, St Cocas, Denor Harriers, Waterford. And Gavin Curtin now, just trips up Aidan Burke just as he goes past him. Again, does not want the gap forming at the front at all, but are they all just waiting to pounce on Oisin Murray? Owen Richards has sat in behind him for most of this race. So if you look at Facebook, you'll see Gary O'Hanlon pictures of him and Mo Farah all over it last night in the hotel up in Larne. Meanwhile, Owen was tucked up in bed preparing for today. Hope his dad's or his uncle's awake to even see him race. So Owen Richards in second, but the gap is just beginning to open up again. Oisin Murray, Unreact. But there's probably only 3, 4, 5 metres between the 4 of them. We'll get the bell this time.
Going to be an exciting last lap, that's for sure. And the gap looks like 5 metres at the front.
Yeah, and it's going to be over 9 minutes. They'll have to run a 63, 64 to get under 9 minutes. But I've been very impressed here with Oisin Murray. But Gavin Curtin has been very clever the whole race. He's made sure he's covered every gap. But can he cover the gap between first and second now?
The wind on the back's going down the back straight. Are they going to use it?
Oisin Murray from Gavin Curtin, Owen Richards, Aidan Burke. Aidan Burke moves into third place now. 8:33 with 200 metres to go. And Gavin Curtin is trying to kick back at Oisin Murray. But Gavin Curtin looks to be closing that gap ever so slightly. Aidan Burke also going pretty well in third place. But Oisin Murray, 3-4 metres into the home straight. Is it going to be a gun to tape? But here comes Gavin Curtin. Gavin Curtin's coming back at him. But Oisin Murray and Gavin Curtin from Denor Harriers. Oisin tries to kick on. Oh, he's kicked again. He sensed that. And Oisin Murray, a beautiful run in 9:04.92 just to take that from Gavin Curtin. From Aidan Burke, Owen Richards. And then Thomas Bolton from Denor Harriers. And then we have Ennis-Track's Niall Murphy. From Rathfarnham's Patrick Hickey. So boys dead on their feet as they come across the line. Very hard at this age even to gauge themselves. Some of them only under 17, under 18, trying to gauge even pace. That was a good, honest race there.
That was a great race, that. You don't always expect the front runners to come out, but we've seen Louis O'Loughlin do it earlier on, and it was done a treat there by Oisin Murray from Unreact.
So about a 3-minute last K. So 2:56, 3:04, 3 minutes or something in around that, 3:05 maybe.
There's a lively finish, but the second heat, they know what they've got to.
So here we go up the home straight. It looked as though the Denor Harrier athlete Gavin Curtin had just done enough to close him down, but once Oisin sensed him, look at the kick, it goes again. He says, you can try, but you ain't going to get it. So Oisin Murray from the Kingdom. It's not often the Kingdom beat Dublin.
Kept a little bit under his hat there.
Got it there.
And they're all sunbathing on the track. Or are they tired?
There's me slagging Kerry and me from Louth. Don't know when we last won a match.
Yeah, it's a great day in Dublin today, that's for sure.
Very warm but very windy here all day. So not ideal conditions. Actually would have been very difficult. The wind in their faces up the home straight. So we saw the triple jump were getting probably plus 3-4 meters per second for their triple jumps. So it worked out all right for those. Javelin throwers were against the wind.
So always a little bit of sunshine on your back takes the bite out of the wind. But you're right, it's not perfect, but it's as almost as good as it gets in Santry. As we await the second heat of this 3,000 metres, and I'll just look up the field and run through the names that are down.
Great race and prospect here. Some really top class athletes. They're just making their way around now.
Callum Simpson from Clonliffe, William Fitzgerald from Crockwell, Abdul Ladjil from Dunno, Fathy Aidan from Dunno, Tach Donnelly from Drogheda, Dylan Casey and Dean Casey from the Ennis Track Club, Aaron Brennan from Galway City Harriers, Scott Fagan from Metro St Bridget's, Jack Logan from North Down, Dolaki Hughes from North East Runners, Shane Ryan from Raheny, Rory Walsh from Raheny, James Highland from Raheny, Ryan Smith from Springwell, Callum Morgan from St Malachy's, Tony McCambridge from St Malachy's, Oisin Spillane from Tralee, Thomas Devaney from Castlebar, and Adam Condon from Raheny make up the 20 people who are going to be on the start line for this second heat of the Junior Men's 3,000 metres Championship.
So it should be a great race here. The only notable absentee is Michael Morgan from Sligo, who would be very competitive in this, but from what I can see, all the other top juniors all lining up here.
He was impressive over the 1500. Was he third last week?
Yeah, and I'll be stepping down a distance for him as well. He's National Schools cross country senior champion as well last year. Very, very impressive in winning that. I think he has 4 in a row for him.
Yeah, that's a heck of a performance for the Connacht athlete. But let's get focused on what we've got here today.
Yeah, so Ty Donnelly, as I was saying, you can just see him. That's him striding down the back straight there. 3:53 in the senior championships, beaten last week in the 1500 by Sean Donoghue. Sean Morey at 1500, so he's not stepping up obviously to 3000. Abdul Lajal from Dunor Harriers, so he's national cross country champion as well. Dylan Casey, multiple internationals between the two of them, both at schools and Celtic Games. Scott Fagan from Metro St Bridget, unbelievably strong competitor, back after injury. Donegal Hughes from North East Runners, really come on now in the last year or so. Got himself into the mid-15s for 5,000, where he would have been trying to break 17 a couple of years ago, so he's in great shape. And then obviously the St Malachy's boys, Callum Morgan and Tony McCambridge, so keep an eye out for those. So let's see, so we've 9:04.92 I think it was, is the time to beat.
Sounds about right. I think one of the great things about this age group is the junior men. They grow so much between the ages of 16 and 19, physically, mentally, and there's lots of athletes making big improvements. I think James Highland is particularly impressive, doing the steeplechase last week. And while his technique might not have been the finest, certainly his endurance base has been built there, and he looks impressive there. So he's got a good endurance base there. It'll be interesting to see how that pans out over the distance today. Speed might be the key thing today, though.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see somebody take it on and make it an honest pace, or whether the boys with the kick are happy to bide their time, or maybe control it at a slower pace, knowing that they just have to run inside around 9 minutes to take the gold medal.
And I think the reality is that a lot of these guys can keep that pace going for 5,000 metres, so that shouldn't be a problem. And I think we both know they'll be able to close at a good speed. So I think that the main contenders won't be too concerned about how the pace goes.
So we can see Dean and Dylan in the famous Ennis Track Club, and there's Scott Fagan just coming in to line up in the famous MSB singlet. The great Eamon Coughlin, and we get to see it a lot now with Shane Healy, the master himself. Scott just getting a last little drink of water there. Abdel Lajal there just going over to get himself a drink of water as well from the Lenore Harriers. So again, it'll be the 2 different starting points. It'll break into the home straight on the first lap. Our final event of another fantastic juvenile championships, or junior championships. So well done to the Entry team bringing this to the masses. We've had no competitors or no spectators, no competitors even able to watch any other race other than their own, really. But week on week, they've brought this into everyone's homes. So we hope you've enjoyed it. Final event underway. Race 2, junior men's 3,000 metres. So there's the Malachy's singlet, the famous green singlet of St. Malachy's on the outside, the 2 boys. Callum and Tony. And then on
Both,
the inside.
had a bit of experience on the mountain running as well, haven't they, these guys?
Yeah, and it's a bit cagey at the start. So it's Tony McCambridge moves to the front, Tyke Donnelly in second place, then Callum Morgan, St. Malachy's. And then the twins, Dean and Dylan Casey. Well, it was a pretty leisurely first 200 metres.
Well, I'd say it's lively enough, around about 8:30 pace, and I know Tony's likes to make it a good honest race, and he's set off with intent.
Yeah, they decided, I think, once they passed the finish, that this is way too slow, let's make a race of this. And you can see how much the field, Abdel Lajal just at the back, Tony McCambridge at the front, so that was a 67-68.
8:22, 8:30 pace, which is good healthy pace to set them off to.
Tyke Donnelly now in second place from Drogheda District, silver medal last week in the 1500. And then it's Dean Casey, just ahead of Dylan Casey. Callum Morgan. So Tyke Donnelly on the inside in the red singlet, Drogheda District. The green is St. Malachy's.
Definitely slowed a little bit there as it concertinaed, and then the next thing that, as an athlete, you've got to think about is, how do I run it now? Do I sit in and just get boxed in and do my time till the last couple of laps, or do I just sit ready to go again on the edge of somebody's shoulders, as Tony McCambridge is doing? And quite a few of them are running in just on the edge of lane 2.
2:19 there, so that was a 71-72 lap. Tyke Donnelly, we know he has the strength. Top class juvenile boxer. Gave that up, focusing on athletics now. So we know he will go to the depths if he has to. Tony McCambridge in second place. Dean Casey 3. Aaron Brennan Galway City Harriers then, just with Dylan Casey on his outside. Callum Morgan, St. Malachy's. Scott Fagan just at the back of that group, as is Abdel Lajal.
2:53 through the first kilometre.
Yeah, and there's 8 of them clear.
It looks like there's been an injection of pace there as the field looks like it's just strung out a little bit.
So Tony McCambridge looks very easy in second place there, as does Dean Casey in third. And now Abdel Lajal just moves up into fourth. But Tig Donnelly more than happy to take it on, string this along. Looks like our three medalists will come from this with a 2:53 first K, and Tig is not holding back here. Dean Casey realises the quality that Tig is and doesn't want the gap to open up too much. Abdel Lajal realises the same, and then Dylan Casey in behind. So they're all beginning to make sure nobody gets away. Aaron Brennan also covers that move. Tony McCambridge next. So we'll get the halfway split now when they go around past the 1500.
Yeah, it's a good piece faster than the first race, so there's no doubt the gold, silver and bronze are going to be coming from probably the top 6.
Yeah, so they're 4:20. First race was 4:29. But Tig is really beginning to push this on here. Abdel Lajal seems to be the only one that's able to keep going at this pace and get dragged with him. Dean Casey, then Aaron Brennan was at the back of that group. He's trying to make sure that he hangs in there, and then Dylan Casey. But Abdel Lajal looks comfortable as well. Is it going to be a Denor 800 3,000 metre double? Or will the Drogheda district athlete Tig Donnelly take this one? They're beginning to open up. They've opened up probably 10 metres over Dean Casey. Aaron Brennan. And then Dylan Casey.
Looks like there are 5 people fighting out for the 3 medals here.
So it's amazing with an empty stadium. You can hear every plod, every slap of the track. So we get the 2,000 metre split shortly. With Tig Donnelly, Abdel Lajal looks very comfortable in behind as well. But Tig, real strong looking runner. Goes through 2,000 metres in 5:44, 5:45. So that's probably a 2:51 second K. And you can see these guys now, it looks to be between the two of them. They'll come up to 2 laps to go. Tig Donnelly from Abdel Lajal, and then a battle between Dean Casey and Aaron Brennan for the bronze medal. But Abdel just goes closer order, decides it's time for him to make his move to the front. Can Tig respond to that? Abdel Lajal moves to the front from Denor Harriers. Tig Donnelly, Drogheda District second. Dean Casey 3, Aaron Brennan 4, Dylan Casey 5. But Tig looked as though he was struggling there just with 2 laps to go, but he's decided, I'm happy enough for you to take the lead there, Abdel, and now it's up to me to sit in behind. I know I have the kick, but do I have the stamina?
600 to go. The race is on. This is an exciting race. How would you call it, Vincent?
Well, I was very surprised by Abdel when I saw him in the cross country go on and winning the national title, but I just think Tig is a real battler. So I'm going to put my money on my fellow Louth man to take this.
That was the fast twitch fibres to do the business.
Get one over the Dubs.
Well, he's certainly got the upper body strength. Whether those arms are going to be able to drive the legs,
yeah, you
we're
can
about
see
to find out.
Abdel's really working here. Look at that. Tig looks a little bit more comfortable than him. Abdel looks to be really working hard.
So 73 last.
Tig not showing how hard he's working. And
there he goes.
Good battle.
There he goes.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. He's gone.
Yeah.
Flying and flowing like a sprinter. He's got a beautiful flow there.
So 7:45 with 300 to go. Let's see what he covers this last 300 metres in. Well, there is no doubt he's going to add a gold to last week's silver. So he's about 16 seconds for that 100. So that just blew away the field. But Dean Casey and Aaron Brennan, it's going to be some battle for the bronze medal. But this is very impressive by Ty Donnelly. Now
Yes.
training with the Dublin Track Club.
That upper body strength is certainly driving the
the
legs at the moment.
Extra endurance seems to really stud to him. So he'll be able to enjoy his last 100 metres. No doubt he will be pretty tired. He's got an 8:36 PB. He's going to be maybe just outside that. But looks very comfortable as he comes across the line. So don't worry about that clock. What did you get there?
34.
So 8:34, new PB. Abdel Lajal really put it up to him with a K to go. Dean Casey
39.
in third. So he'll be about 8:46, 8:47. Aaron Brennan then next. And then Scott Fagan finishing strongly.
7.
And then Oisin Spillane from Tralee Harriers. So they're all coming across absolutely wrecked. And Dylan Casey. Know that his brother will have got the bronze medal.
A
And
loud
Donna-
foot strike there.
Donica Hughes from North East Runners 9:16. Clonliffe's Callum Simpson. James Hyland then from Rahaney Shamrock. Didn't enjoy that race. And then Rory Walsh, his clubmate, just in behind. And then Fahy Aiden. He's been gone for a long while back, running again. Good to see that. Then North End's Jack Logan. So that brings to a close another really good day of athletics. Some really good pole vaulting. We saw 350 in the women's pole vault, and then 2 spectacular 800 metres as we see Tig Donnelly, the national junior champion, stroll away knowing that he'll go to the gold medal position in the podium. But Amy Head and Lewis O'Loughlin, very, very impressive. As was Jake Bagg. I was very impressed with him pushing Lewis the whole way.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think some great races today. I think particularly Lewis impressed me. Sometimes when you think somebody's just going to fall away, and they still come through. And certainly in that first heat of the 3000 as well, there's a great race there. When we thought the second place might come through, but the front runner held strong there, which was great. Great to see. I think it's been a day for front runners.
Yeah, sure was. So we'll have one last medal presentation, and that'll wrap up what's been a track season that we didn't think we were going to get. So well done to all in Athletics Ireland. Well done to John Cronin and the competitions team. Well done to N-Try. Well done to everyone who's contributed. All the athletes, the non-spectators, the coaches for getting their athletes here, and everybody for showing up and making it. Like 40 athletes in that 3,000 metres is just testament to how much people wanted races. So thanks again to everybody.
Thanks very much, and hope you've enjoyed it. See you all soon.
We'll just have the final medal presentation before we wrap up proceedings. So it looks like our 3 athletes are ready to get their medals. Our president has the medals in her hand. Tig puts the necklace back on. So President Drum just waiting for the official results before she goes over, making sure they're correct and right. So there's Tig. the Drogheda District athlete. Been a very big breakthrough season for him. Great work done by Ian O'Reilly, keeping this athlete going throughout many years where he came in and out, but Ian kept him going at it, and now he's moved on to the Drogheda Track Club, or the Dublin Track Club. So Tig Donnelly, 8:34.15 to win that from Abdel Lajal, who really put it up to him, but then just with 350 to go, Tig pushed away, but he 8:39.72 from Dean Casey and his track 8:47. So a message just coming in from Mark O'Shea, our Masters over 45 800 metre champion. And Tig Donnelly was pure class, and he showed that class today. So Abdel Lajal gets his silver medal, Dean Casey is bronze, and the champion rounding off a Super Junior Championships, Tig Donnelly from Drogheda District. So that's the track season over and out. Thanks again to everyone.
Many of us are balancing looking after our families with working from home. It's not always easy. Whatever changes you're facing, big or small, Irish Life Health can help you embrace them. Our Healthy Mind service includes 24-hour professional counselling support, and it's available on all our hospital plans. We know Irish Life. We are Irish Life Health. Many of us are balancing looking after our families with working from home. It's not always easy. Whatever changes you're facing, big or small, Irish Life Health can help you embrace them. Our Healthy Mind service includes 24-hour professional counselling support, and it's available on all our hospital plans. We know Irish Life. We are Irish Life Health.